see anybody, even if they have a tomb, ever brought a Rolls Royce inside the tomb here in Roseau.
I remember once saying to someone, you're making noise about do not pass in your area. I can decide not to pass in your area, But when you die, that same dirt that you tell me do not walk on will be the one covering.
Thus thou art, to dust return.
Right.
That's
anyway,
the whole scripture.
Just want to say good evening to Ramona Coffee in Toronto, tuned to DBS Radio. Thank you very much for being in tune. We have Jennifer here with us, a big guest, a big one. Last week we had a big fish. Tonight again we have another big fish.
Well, yeah, but I first knew Jennifer. She lived in Jolly Lane.
But I don't need to say where she lived. She'll tell us all where she lived, and then we can
that's
interact with her.
That's where I first met her.
Okay.
In Jolly Lane.
As a boy?
No, as a grown man.
As a grown man. Okay.
I mean, I had my lover living in that lane.
Man, you had lovers everywhere, man.
Right.
You had lovers in Church Lane. you had lovers in Charles Avenue. You had lovers in Gotha Village. You had lovers in Newtown. I mean, boy.
I'm a chip of the old block, but that's not my show tonight.
Good evening to you, Jennifer, and thank you for coming.
Good evening, Cecil.
I'm so happy that you're here, Jennifer.
Thank you for inviting me, although I don't even know why I got you to convince me, but still. Good evening, listeners, and thanks to all those who have tuned in to listen to my story, or part of my story, or whatever can be told within the time.
I like that, your story. Normally we say history. So no, Jennifer is telling us about her story. And I'm so happy to have Jennifer, Jennifer, I really want to say thank you so very much for taking the time off to be here with us. Lovely smile. I'm so happy that you're here. And let's go as we normally do every Sunday. But I'm going to do it in phases, Jennifer. First, I love people to tell me their full name. Give me not the full background, but the name. And then we take it from there.
So I was born as Jennifer Tavernier. When I tried to get my baptismal certificate, I knew on my birth certificate there was my middle name, Agatha, which I never liked. Then I got my baptismal certificate, and it was actually in the Collio Presbytery that a relative found it. And so on that was Lucy, and somewhere along the way I lost that middle name Agatha that I had used for years. So this is who I am. That's my name. Born in November 8th, 1948. Born, as you rightly pronounced, in Kolibistri. I think that's a surprise to a lot of people.
So hold on there, Jennifer. You said that you did not like Agatha, but your middle name was Lucy. Is that what you're saying?
That's right, in my baptismal certificate.
So where did Agatha came from?
I don't know. That was what was on my birth certificate.
So one birth certificate saying Agatha, another one is saying Lucy. So the church only saying Lucy, and the baptismal, the registry saying Agatha.
So whoever went to register me, I guess, at that time, gave whatever name they thought it should be.
So what is really your middle name?
Well, it's Lucy now on my passport.
So no, it's on your passport. But if I go to the registrar, what would I get?
You probably will get both Agatha and Lucy. I don't
know. You just said that you did not like Agatha. I wonder why, as a girl growing up, why would you not like Agatha?
I don't know. It just sounded kind of like for a grown person at the time.
Mm-hmm.
The Agathas that I knew.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you didn't want to be not that associated to the name, but you just didn't like the name.
I just didn't like it.
Okay, that's many of us. I remember as a boy growing up myself, I found out that my my first name was Cecil, and my middle name was Alexander. And in making research, you find out that Alexander was involved in a number of things with the kings and queens and in England, and I just didn't like the name, the European name. I just didn't like that one.
But you forgot Alexander the Great. You had Alexander the Great was the first man to conquer The known world. Yeah.
Well, that's why eventually I fell in love with the name. You know, when I found out that Alexander conquered the world,
The whole world.
I said that I'm going to maintain.
Remember that name. You're a great man. You've conquered so many territories. And at the age of 35, you had conquered the
entire world,
known world.
Yes, the entire world.
So you're a young man. You had
so I can beat my chest.
So
and
you can be a man, Alexander the Great.
Jennifer. No, so you were born Jennifer, according to you, Jennifer Agatha Tavernier. The Tavernier is from where?
Well, there's a book that was written by, I think, Dave Shillingford, where he talks about the Shillingfords with a mention of the Taverniers, and he tries to trace the Tavernier family tree in that book. But it's not actually completed. But it was three brothers, apparently, who came to Dominica. One was in Portsmouth, one was in Roseau, one was, I don't know, Grand Bay or Soufrière. But we never, ever thought that they were connected, but they were. They were. You might realize that up to today, there's still quite a few Taverniers in Soufrière, Scott's Head area. But I was born in Coulibistry, and at the age of 1, my grandmother, who was Mrs. Tryphena Hill, who lived at the corner of Kings Lane and Kennedy Avenue, where is now still the Lilac House, if you may recall. And I don't know if you're old enough, Cecil, to remember the Tri-Hills, the sweet drink factory on Great George Street, and at the back of that there were 3 little houses, because people must be wondering, like you say, well, what is my connection with the Lacous of Roseau? So that was one of my main connections through my grandmother, who was, I believe, one of the greatest female entrepreneurs in Roseau at the time. She owned that factory. We had a shop downstairs of where the house currently is, where it's called Cadrec, and she closed that when the factory was expanding. So she was really the major influence on my life. I guess she thought that she could do better for me, bringing me into town, because my father had several children. Most of his children were born at Point Michel. I think I'm the only one born down on that west coast. So my values, my beliefs, my entire experience of who I am today was shaped by her, both in her being independent and a woman of means, but always instilling in me the question of never rely on anybody for anything. More particularly, always try to do for yourself. Work for what you have. Don't rely on what you think that your parents may have. She was a woman of great faith, and I think that I had no choice at the time, because I was the only child with her in the house. So you can imagine, every novena and every pilgrimage I had to go, because she was going and I would not have been left alone. So, I mean, every novena in Salisbury, in Point Michel, La Salette, you went there, you spent the day. Everywhere there was something. And if church was 4 times a day, you went 4 times a day, even though you had been with the school. And I think that created in me a depth of faith, because she believed that, nothing was impossible with God, and you needed that deep faith.
Did your mother had any other children during that time when your granny came for you in Coulibistry?
No, she didn't at the time, and that's a story I will give in a little while after I talk about my grandmother, to whom I owe who I am. My grandmother was a philanthropist. She believed in giving, and she had a practice every year where she would take coins. The infirmary used to be where Daniel Green lived, somewhere where Doasco has something by the bridge there. Do you remember that?
Yes.
The infirmary
yes.
being there.
Yeah.
So we had to visit the infirmary, visit the prison, visit the hospital.
For persons who might be wondering still, it's Elliott Avenue. It's the upper part of Elliott Avenue, more south of Elliott Avenue, the western side of Elliott Avenue.
That guy has his leathercraft shop there.
Yes,
Curtis. That's exactly what. So I learned from her philanthropy, because she always said, and I keep hearing the things sometimes in my head, that God never gave you so that you could keep. He gave you so that you could share. And so she gave. And because she had that shop downstairs, I know people came from town, people came, they took what you call a credit and maybe never paid, and she never bothered. People came, they borrowed money to go to England. So that independence and that resilience I got from her, because even when she developed glaucoma and was getting blind, took me out of school, went to New York to see what could have been done for her sight, she still continued as if, and just thanked God for whatever it was at the time. And so people wonder, well, what is this Lakou experience I had? I believe that location was a unique location. Not many people had that location in Roseau.
So just before you continue, just want to say Edwina London, she says, good evening. I am listening and watching straight from Houston, Texas. Happy Palm Sunday to you both. And also Janice Pascal, special greetings to you, Mrs. Astaphan. So that person must be a friend of yours. And also Roslyn Sevre McLean, she says, listening from New York. Already I've seen that we were 80 within 10 minutes. 80 people actually viewing, Jennifer. So that means you're a big fish. Go ahead.
I don't know about that, but living in that location in Roseau, to the back of our house would have been a Lakou. I learned from that early age, Cecil, that I played with children who came from the Lakou, because as a child I was alone. That's who you played with. You played with children. You know, children always gravitate to other children. So you would play hopscotch on the sidewalk and you would be there, and it didn't even really matter who they were. I remember the days of playing before the cinema was even built. My recollections of that location where the cinema and Prevost Cinema Hall is was a field with a lot of butterflies. I may have been about 6 or so before the cinema came. I remember playing there and being around Roseau in the various Lakous and walking through Lakous. And you may recall, I don't know, Cecil, you probably recall that, coming home from school, if a person died, wherever they were being on display, children would go and watch, because they had the door open with the dead body and a block of ice. And so anytime there was a death in Roseau, children coming from school would find their way wherever that person was. So my familiarity with Roseau stemmed from there. And being on that corner after the cinema was built, I mean, Roseau was a hive of activity. It was a major residential area, even though it had a commercial sector. So I lived opposite the Cherry Lodge, so when people like Sparrow came, there was that activity there. And further down, you had the Marine Club, and there was just always so much activity in Roseau. It was just incredible. It's absolutely nothing like it is now. There are hardly any residences or people living in Roseau anymore. But in those days, people lived in Roseau. Children came and went to school in Roseau and lived with different houses. Even before my time, people like Nick Liverpool and Henderson would have said they lived with my grandmother when they went to school. In fact, Nick always teased me and said, your father was the first person who taught me how to drink rum. Because my father was an alcoholic. A lot of people in Roseau would know that from his days. And somebody called Tones, my grandmother, sold sweet drinks in the sweet drink factory. I learned responsibility from a very early age from her. So you'd have simple things like it's Saturday afternoon and it's matinee, but you can't go unless you sat and ironed your school uniform for Monday. So that I resisted quite a lot, but I am thankful today that there is nothing in terms of housework that I can't and couldn't do for myself, thanks to her.
Thank you. But before, I just want to also make mention that Joanna Dawe Bellot is also listening and looking. She says, "Blessed evening, Mrs. Astaphan. I am listening." And Alisa Shirley Sandy, she said, listening. Sister Jennifer, she said Sister Jennifer because she maybe she feels that you know her. And also Cora Elwin Shillingford. So very proud of you, Jennifer. Continue the great work. I am on board in Brooklyn. It's cold. Miss the warmth in Dominica. Yes, Jennifer.
Right.
No, Jennifer. We will come as we go along with some of the proceeds that you'd like to go into. I would want to find out when you get to Roseau at that very early age. At I think 1 you would have been.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what preschool would your granny allow you to attend, or did you attend Did you allow? Did you? Were you given schooling from home?
In part, some of it, but the school I attended from age 4 was the convent. You remember there was a small convent in the yard where it was like a preschool. From there, you went at 4. There was a building that would be at the bottom facing Valley Road. And I only went to the convent. From there, you went to First Division, Second, Third, and then you went at 9, about 9, going on 10. I went to first form, so I only attended the convent. I had a very sheltered life, Cecil. There was a point at which, again, you're probably too young to remember, there was a big fire in Roseau, the Paz fire. I remember at that point in my life, I can't remember what age, thinking that I wanted to become a nun, but that quickly went out of the window.
Where was that fire? Where was that fire?
That fire was I think it was the Paz fire. You know where church is there?
Uh-huh.
There was on the corner the Penny Bank, which later moved to Kings Lane. And then I think Royal Bank was there, if my memory serves me right. There was a Paz, there was a guest house around there. That block that church occupies was a completely different type of activity there at the time. A lot of night activity as well.
Now, I just want to say quickly that Ruby Blanc says, Mrs. Astaphan, such a great role model. And Glenda Ashby said, Auntie Jennifer, so happy to see you and hear you. I'm listening from Brooklyn. Go ahead.
Okay. So, also in terms of my interest in people stemmed from that kind of upbringing. People come in there. You can imagine somewhere in the late 50s, the boats, people going to England, and that happened mainly at night. So you had a buzz of activity. So there was always that to watch. There was always a buzz of activity with the cinema. There was always something happening. So I got to know people from different walks of life, and fascinating stories, people from the country. My grandmother had a friend at Calibishi called Hayes Bryant and his wife. So in summer, I went there, and people like Alistair Shillingford, then we would have our entire summer at Calibishi, walking to Vickers, going to church at Wesley. So I think I had that diversity of experience that gave me that love for people and for my country. That also led me, I hear Co saying that, and my period with First Company, her mother, Mrs. Elwin, was the guide captain. I can't remember what he was called, but we were First Company. And guiding also led you to this whole question of physical activity, doing a good turn for nothing and not expecting anything back, learning different skills like cooking, working for those badges, and guiding is just one of the...
And I know that you're jumping very, very much in front, but I want to take it in steps, in baby steps. You spoke earlier on of the cinema, and you made mention that you would remember that the cinema was a place where, well, not the cinema, but the ground of where the cinema was built, prior to it being built, that you all played quite a lot in that area.
Mm-hmm.
So give us some information of what was actually in that area of the cinema.
In that area, there were no houses really. Probably there was a little house down the end of the lane. Beyond that, I'm not sure if people
Kings Lane?
Kings Lane. You get lived there, because I remember going to school. She taking me to school sometimes, and there was a house on the corner. We used to think the lady was a Sukuya because she always kept her house closed. So that is what that road and that whole environment. So I was at that intersection between Roseau, Upper Roseau, and River Street and Riverbank. So it was a crossroad for activity at the top and at the bottom. Things I remember about the Riverbank on that side, because at that time when I was a child, the market was where the old market is. That's where the market was. And then on Riverbank was where you went and they brought in turtles and turtle eggs. And that is my recollection of the Riverbank at that time. So...
What was the reason for the turtle eggs?
I don't know. It was just a popular meat at the time. There were a lot of turtles, and you would get white turtle eggs and yellow turtle eggs, or if you wanted fish, but people mainly walked through the streets with fish and bread nuts, both on every day of the week. There was something to be had in Roseau. Roseau, like I said, I to describe it and to have experienced it are two different things. Roseau was a hive of activity every day because people lived there. There was, like I say, Cherry Lodge opposite, always having visitors. There was the Marine Club, always having something every night. There was the Paz. There was where Courts was. There were people living. I remember then every night, almost, there was something happening. When the cinema started, you had that. Plus you had the times when you had anniversary. If you remember those days, there was all those public meetings. But that building, certain place, I remember public meetings, political meetings being held there by people like Beryl Harris, who lived in that building at the time. So these were things I experienced as a child that I believe shaped my entire experience, but more particularly the deep faith that my grandmother had, I think, embedded in me the whole question of compassion and philanthropy and giving and not expecting anything back.
Oh, there were children that you played with in this early period. I'm sure that you'll be able to remember some of those people that you would have played with and what they have become.
Besides the children at school?
Yes, besides those at school, those in your area in on Kings Lane and New Street at the time.
Yeah, some of them I wouldn't have remembered. There's a girl called Yet. I can't remember. I don't know where she is, but there is a blind girl. I saw her in church some time ago, a year ago. She's Emmeline. That would have been somebody. I've seen her come to St. Alphonsus. I didn't get a chance to talk to her, but I believe she was one of the children who lived in the yard there. I don't know if you knew, and it wouldn't have been so long ago, a lady called Maggie. You remember Maggie?
I know Maggie. Maggie on King George Street.
Maggie on Great George.
Great George Street, sorry. Great George Street.
In the yard there,
Yes,
she lived in one of my grandmother's small houses. So Maggie and her children, that would have been part of what I think she has a daughter who now lives somewhere in Bath Estate.
And in reference to the area, the house that you lived in, you could maybe help us to understand how many bedrooms. It's true that your granny had some business, but how many bedrooms did you all had? Running water? What was food like? In that house.
So we had the 2 bedrooms on the main floor, living room, dining room, and then we had the attic. We had 2 or 3 bedrooms in the attic as well, full functional bedrooms in the attic. Food was never a problem because, like I said, she was a person of means. She had the shop, she had a factory, she went back and forth to New York, and she built her wealth from hard work, basically.
So the house that is still that's house in Kajik, is it that same house?
It is exactly the same house.
Exactly the same house.
Exactly the same house where she was a great entertainer, where Carnival, it was open to whoever wanted to come. It's exactly the same house in a way, except that in remodeling, the attic step was put to a side and whatever, but the attic is still there. And the house is essentially the same house.
Well, when you pass there, tell me what feeling that you get passing by this place, knowing that's your beginning of your life.
When I pass there or I go there, that
you
is
go there
where
still?
my office.
Okay.
On the middle floor, you may see the sign for the foundation that I've set up in memory of my son, the Riasta Foundation. The office is located on that floor. So I still go there, and every time I climb the steps, I think and I remember my grandmother coming up those steps, and they seem to be sometimes long steps. When you're a child, everything seems to be magnified. Like if I had to go and make a message at, you remember a pharmacy, maybe not, way up past Pong, there was a pharmacy just behind the stadium there, Windsor Park. It was James Pharmacy or something. It used to seem like a mile walking up that road to go to that pharmacy. That was about the only major pharmacy in Roseau at the time.
You talk about church, and you having, if church was 4 times a day, you'll have to go to church, and the thought of being a nun crossed your mind. What about church? Give us your experience just having to go to church.
Well, first of all, we had no choice at school. I think they do it to some extent still today, the convent. But, I mean, every first Friday we had to wear a particular long sleeve. It was a beige type of shirt that we wore with a Panama hat, and you had to wear that to go to school. Every feast day you had to celebrate. We had one of the things that stands out to my mind. There are several persons who may still be alive. Was in the convent we had something. It was like a gym with dumbbells and weights. But there was a time when the nuns put out this, what I would say was a magnificent May Day show, so to speak, with the different colors of the house, and that was held in the Windsor Park. It was some kind of show that, and the music and the experience then was twofold, because my experience then was that we mainly had the nuns, and they lived in that middle part of the convent. So they were right there on the scene. But also that in terms of discipline, sometimes it was way over the top. I remember having, we always had plays being put on. And I remember Saturday going to practice for a play and going to drink water. And one of the nuns came and pulled my ears. It was, there was a kind of sadistic period in terms of punishment, but unlike today, I don't know what you call it, suffered quietly. Would you say that bullying? I mean, I was teased about my hair because my hair was way thick and long and hard to comb. And standing in assembly, children would be pulling my plaits because my grandmother couldn't handle it. I had to go to somebody every morning because remember the nuns, you couldn't cornrow your hair like now children have it now and go to school. You had to comb your hair every morning and go only in 3 plaits to school. So you had to do that every morning. School started at 9. You came home at lunchtime and then you went back in the afternoon for games or for whatever was on. So there was a discipline, and I believe maybe that's what my generation learned, that we somehow relaxed on as we moved on in life and with our own children. Because some of it was a bit extreme, but for example, you see children now going to church and having to drink water and run out to the bathroom. And then you ask the question, how do you learn self-discipline? How do you learn respect? And that is some of what I see now in terms of the level of self-discipline. The question at school is now 8 to 1. We never knew that. What kind of worker are you really shaping? Because this 8 to 1 school, Hartley may remember, only came about after Hurricane David, in an effort to keep schools going 8 to 1, and it was very difficult. The teachers resisted going back. I mean, I taught at so I'm going to jump now.
Before you jump, I just want to say that Randy Turner said good night to you, Mom. Thanks for your. I did not finish. Ted Sarah said listening from Houston, Texas. Craig Abraham said God bless Dominica. Kayola Felix says Mistress Jennifer Astaphan, such a darling lady. Hamilton Joseph said, yes, Cecil, I remembered that pharmacy. The owner was Mabel Mora James' husband. He used to wear a very big G and a bifocal lens. And Joanne Abraham says, Mistress Astaphan, may God always bless you, such a kind-hearted lady. Yes.
Before she goes that far in education, when you went, did you ever go to the Carib cinema yourself?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Can you remember the first movie you saw? And where did you sit? Because I knew you had the pit, the house, the box, and the balcony.
I think the days of going to pit would have been during anniversary, and if you had friends who said they wanted to go to pit, you would follow them. That would have been late, like maybe fifth form or something like that. Before that, I think mainly house, right, or balcony if the house decreases.
I think I know. The reason why I ask you that question is because when you belong to a certain elite class within the society, you cannot go to pit. You know.
I know. Pit is where the penis were.
Yeah, you go to the house
or the balcony,
and you don't go to balcony or box if you're not properly dressed. You have to be dressed in a social atmosphere because you're among the Gojans.
So all the people that would swear would go in pit. All the people that want to punch you as the movie is going on would be in pit.
We go to pit.
You say we.
We go to.
So people like Jennifer would go to.
She up there.
Yes. I think Hartley has it wrong.
unless you decide to be a rebel.
I did go to pit. I did suffer trying, and you see my height, trying to get into pit on anniversary, and you just get squashed.
So you fought in the pit hole. Anyway, let's pass forward. I just knew that was an occasion I couldn't miss. Yes, Jennifer, in your education now?
No, but before that, Jennifer, I need you to tell us about your upward movement to from primary school now to high school, because you would have been in primary school for a good while. Give us your experience of primary school.
Well, primary school, it was all part of the same convent. I mean, it was that lower section, like I say. Actually, that section where the convent prep was there, but it was a different wooden house, not where this concrete building is right now. So it was a wooden house with another house attached. It was actually attached to the primary section. I remember in the primary section, you would go, there was a big wooden horse, I believe, and it was boys and girls then. So if my memory serves me right, people like Lennox Honeychurch, Jeffrey, there was mixed. Boys and girls went to that lower section. The separation came when you had to go to first form, and the boys would have gone to grammar school or to the academy, and the girls went to the higher form.
But Jennifer, I will need to know, in reference, because we have heard that, I heard it from Alex Boyd Knight when we interviewed her. The church, if you belong to a particular class, an elite class, that you would pay for your pew, were you part and parcel of that period?
Remember what I'm saying. My grandmother was a woman of means. She was not part of the Roseau bourgeoisie and kept to herself. That's why I'm saying I had a different learning experience from her. And I could straddle both communities, if I may put it that way. And we did have a pew. It would have been like the second pew on the right on the aisle of the Virgin Mary. So yes, she did pay for her pew. In fact, Cecil, an interesting thing, some time ago, not long, I was going through some old papers I found, and I found a letter from the church to my grandmother, well, thanking her for whatever she had done, but also that she had paid in advance for masses even after her death. She had given the church money for that. I mean, that would have been somewhere like 1967 or something like that. But she was very closely aligned to the nuns and the priests because of her faith and her involvement in the church. So I guess, yes, she paid for a pew. I remember that. I remember those days. From somewhere down in the middle aisles and otherwise, I would have witnessed and experienced people asking people to leave, to get up and to leave their pews. I mean, there are a lot of, I experienced those kinds of
in the
things
church
happening in the church. Yes.
And what about, I understood that from Mrs. Knight, that even when you were not married and you have to have baptism, or your child had to baptize, that it would be done on a Thursday.
It was on a Thursday, and that's correct. That's very correct.
So would you have,
Catch your breath.
the church?
Yeah, but before that, the church had its own security guard. The guards were there.
No, but I can understand the security guards.
Well, I'm not talking
but
about.
I'm talking about Jennifer saying to me that her grandmom would have paid the church for the pew.
Right, but because if you don't get up, the security man would kindly ask you
that's
to
what you meant.
vacate your seat, because the person has paid their dues. So it was.
Jennifer, how much was that? How much was that?
Well, that wasn't a lot of money. Well, in today's day, but you paid an annual fee for your pew.
How much is that? Would you remember?
No.
Okay.
I remember I started in an era of pound shillings and pence, and then we went to cents. So I've seen, a lot of things in my lifetime that many persons, there would still be a lot of people alive who would have experienced that. But yes, they would have paid.
Okay. Now, you going to convent high school or convent prep would have made you different from the children in the Lakou?
To some extent, because I was, how would you say that? I was brought up in a very secluded type of life, despite that being able to play on the sidewalk. And remember, you had a time for everything, time to be out and time to be home by 6. I believe up to maybe 4th form, I was very, very, very secluded. I was very isolated. I wasn't street smart, let's put it that way, until 4th form. To the extent that when my grandmother was traveling to see about her eyes in New York, she actually took me out of 4th form because I was a teenager, 13 or 14 then, and she wouldn't have left me with anybody. So she took me out of school, so I came back and finished 4th form and 5th form at 15.
No, Jennifer, here you are from the country. I'm sure not too many people would have known that you, at that time I'm talking about, would have known that you came from Kolibistri. How did you break the news to some of the students or friends that you would have had that, hey, I'm a country girl, you know?
Let's say maybe the children I would have walked home with, something I haven't spoken about. Well, my mother went to England. I really didn't know her. I knew of her. I caught sight of her at age 8, but I was kept away from my mother's family. I'm saying kept away in a kind of a way, Cecil. My recollection of my grandmother on my mother's side, she was a little petite, like a little Carib. When she came to town, I used to be excited, but the way she met with me was when I was coming from school at 12 o'clock. She would be waiting on, and it's only later in life I found out why she was there. She would be waiting. You remember Masterville?
Masterville Labad.
Masterville, the
photographer?
Photographer.
Uh-huh.
I found out after that my grandmother and his wife were sisters. And I never understood why she used to be waiting there for me when I was coming from school. So anything she had to give me, if she brought me, she used to bring the sugar apples. That's why I love it so much today. Or she would say, I've got some money from your mother. All her children were in England. Or if she had anything to give me, she would meet me there. I would go there on my way from school and then go home. I never knew her coming to me at my grandmother's house. It was like there was an unspoken separation. So I got to know my aunts and uncles, some of who were in England when I went to England at age 21, and my mother. But at that time, as a child, my life was simply that life with my grandmother in Roseau, and that's the life it was. As a child, if I went on holidays, I went to Calibishi.
I want to talk a little bit about that, but let me first say that Karen Valderhill Wilson says, I did not know that existed in Dominica churches. Whoa, interesting, I must say. And I'm sure that some persons are not aware of that, you know. Mm-hmm. Someone says, Teresa Louis said, suitable background for the topic. Flossie Joseph says, so many things she says is so true. As a person who grew up on Kings Lane, I remembered the lady we called a witch, and where she lived was always considered not part of the area. That's from Mickey Joseph. Yeah, Mickey. And Agatina Scotland says, she told me she had family there. Yes. Go ahead about your grandmother by your mother's side and how you got to know and how you met your mom and so.
So my grandmother on my mother's side was a lady called Irene Bruno. In my later years, she was also a woman of deep faith when I used to go and visit her when I was in my adult years. She was Irene Bruno. My mother was a Gadi. And Cecil, in those days, getting to Kolibistri, you could only go there by boat. So that was another, I guess, deterrent. So Kulibistri, St. Joseph, Kulibistri, Kaliho were considered like one kind of unit, because when I was looking, like I said, for my baptismal certificate, they said you should either go to the St. Joseph registry or go to the Kaliho registry, which is where they found it in the church parish at the time. But to say that I have a vague memory of going and spending a day or a week with my grandmother on my mother's side, but nothing of them. But I do still have family there. So people like Margaret Rudette, who was my aunt's granddaughter, who is married to Thomas Baptist, who on my father's mother were also related. So on my grandmother on my father's side, Mrs. Hill, she was a Banis, and she had her relations were also the Baptist, Thomas Baptist, and that group of people. On my mother's side, it would be the Gaddies and the Masterville, the Josephs on that side. I still trying to follow the lineage, and Uncle in England had given me some pointers, but I guess I have to follow through with that. But yes, that's my story.
It seems that you seldomly went to Kulibistri. Yes, it was on a boat. Actually, your auntie came for you. So your grandmother came for you. You had to traverse on a boat. But it seems that you seldomly went to the country in Kulibistri.
That's correct. That's what it was. Until later in life, when I kind of deepened my relationship with my aunt and my family there. If you recall, there was a man called Lenti. He was married to a cousin of mine. Her daughter worked at Barclays recently, and I still have family that I'm connected to. But my birth certificate says I was born at Monrachet, and you know where Monrachet is above Kulibistri. But I do remember going to my grandmother and my aunt later in life when you had the road, and we kind of got that relationship. But my mother, some time ago you had somebody on this program who I think brought tears to everybody's eyes, who had spoken about his experiences with his mother.
Dowie.
Yeah.
Mr. Dowie.
My mother, you know the saying, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. My mother felt very scorned and let down by my father, so she kind of had that all her life. All her life, she never stopped talking about it. So I guess that created a kind of estranged relationship between us. As close as we could get is as far apart as we could get, even after going to look for her at age 21.
So, at what age did you find yourself going to Kulibistri? What was your first visit to Kulibistri?
Boy, it would have been when there was a road there, and you could get there by road, or vague memories of in my early teens, 12, 13, maybe 11.
And when you would have said to people that you are from Kulibistri, what would they have said? Or you were born in
I was
Monrachet?
I was a country girl in town. Yeah, I still always stayed. I was a country girl. People would ask, who is her mother, who is her father? It's like, who are you? Kind of thing. I guess even up to today, people, who am I? I wasn't a country girl that came to town to go to school and went back home to parents. I was a country girl who lived with a grandmother and whose father was an alcoholic, who I only now begin to understand and come to terms with choices and decisions that adult men make, and understanding that adult choices are not your choices, and how to separate those experiences. But there are a lot of people who would know who my father was. He worked at the port after a while. He was the only child of my grandmother, and you would say he was spoiled. Let's put it that way. He had like 12 or 13 children, and she took responsibility for every one of those children.
So there's other siblings of yours. Where they are? Who are they?
When
you were growing up, did you try to look for them? Did you try to locate them?
I have a brother, Joe. He's the one I'm closest to.
Joe Tavernier in Point Michel?
Joe is my brother.
Gloria's husband?
Yes.
Okay.
Joe is my brother, my closest brother, because as a child, age 3, 4, 5, Joe and I were like 3 years difference in age. So she would bring him down from Point Michel, and he would come and spend time with us. So Joe and I kind of grew up as children together. So Joe would be the closest. I had a brother called Sandy. I have a brother called Edmund, who's a professor at Rutgers. I have a brother in Germany. But Joe was the person really who went looking for everybody. I have a sister here who's at Point Michel, back from England.
I'm sure people want to know her name, if you can.
Her name is Marriott. She suffers from dementia, and she's being looked after by her sister and her mother. They've returned from England. They live at Point Michel.
As a girl growing up, and you found out that you had all of these siblings, what was your reaction?
I met all these, most of them I met as an adult in England now. I met as an adult in England. Mm-hmm. Most of them are in England.
No, you are now in high school. You would have had to sit, or you sat an exam to enter into high school. Is that correct to say?
Well, from third division, we had to do an exam to go to first form. I don't remember the details of that, but we did an exam and then went up to first form, which would be where the existing convent is. And the other block would have been the commercial block with offices there, and the middle block would be where the nuns lived. So it's still nuns only, literally, except they had started bringing in some lay people like who we would have called Miss Anthony, who was Mrs. Burnaby. There would have been, she became the principal. What's her name now?
Miss Levy?
Mrs. Levy.
Mm-hmm.
There would have been Clarina Toussaint, so they had started bringing in lay teachers into the convent at that time when I was there. Mrs. Toulon, and one or two others. But mainly it was the nuns who still taught and was the principal at the time.
So tell us your experience now being at school at the convent.
So being, sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
So being at school, I think I will say one thing though, Cecil. My childhood and my days at school were just absolutely, fantastic. I just really, those were like one block of the best years of my life. I really enjoyed it. So you had first form. Everybody was there. Oh, yes. Kay Polidor was there. I remember Kay taught us Latin in second form. Latin was a subject when I was at school. And we really had a lot of fun in those days. Like I told you, I came out of school in fourth form to go to New York with my grandmother for 3 months when she went to see what could be done about her eyes, and came back to fourth form. In fifth form, I decided, I think I started becoming a little rebellious. I don't know why. But I decided I wasn't going to go to sixth form. I'm not going to sixth form. And my grandmother was very upset. But she said, if you decide you're not going to sixth form, then you have to go and work. And I thought, great, because I had some friends who were leaving school and they were going to work. And I mean, just imagine going to work. So I left school in fifth form. I was 15. I mean, children at that age can't make decisions for themselves, but she allowed me to make the decision. 15, 16, I left. I applied at that same year.
You mean you left home?
No. No, I didn't leave home. I left school. And that same year, they were building the new Goodwill Junior High School was built. And I thought, great, I'm going to work in that new school. I had an offer for a job at Barclays Bank, and I turned it down. And I remember Ruth, whatever, she worked there, came home to my grandmother, and she was absolutely in a state as to how could I turn down a job at Barclays Bank to go to work and teach and go and work for government. But public service was always my interest, always. So I
let's go back a little bit. How could you decide? Every young lady would have said yes to the bank. Why did you decide? Is it because your rebellious attitude was also showing even to the places or the place that you wish to work?
Probably it was a latent something, probably, because it was like, I don't want to go there to work. I have absolutely no interest. Or maybe, like you say, it was the rebellious nature of being told you're going to work in the bank. No, I don't want to work in the bank. And so I applied to government.
So did your grandmother ever find that out?
She knew. Because
she knew?
Ruth came to her and said, I can't understand why Jennifer is refusing to take the job in the bank. She knew.
So you have been rebellious for some time, you know.
I think
because you dropped the Agatha. That has been rebellious, eh? You're now thinking about it, right?
Oh,
you know thinking about it.
I think because I learned that independence and that decision making from my grandmother. But she always said, you've got to stand and take the consequences of whatever choices that you make. I always remembered that. So I will tell you in a while how I stood those consequences of being rebellious. But I had friends, and you see the influence and the strength of influence of friends. Some were very good. Some of them are still friends. Some of them are no longer alive and with us. But and they were excellent friends up to today. But the whole idea that most of my friends were not going to sixth form, I thought, oh boy, I better go and work as well, because, going to sixth form, I hadn't quite decided what I wanted to do. So I guess that was part of it. So off to work I went, and I remember Mr. Walker, the chief education officer, when I went for an interview to teach, I said to him, well, I'd like to work at the Goodwill School, and he asked me if I was crazy. Goodwill School? You haven't even started yet and you want to go to the new Goodwill School? No. You can go to the Newtown Primary School. And that's where I went with my friend who just said from New York, Cora. I taught there for 5 years.
So hold on. So you wanted to go to the new school, the new Goodwill Junior High School.
Can you imagine?
And the officer in the Ministry of Education denied you?
Yeah, he thought, no, there's a select group of teachers that are going to that school, and trained teachers. I wasn't a trained teacher. I was 16 going on 17, leaving school.
Did you take any offense?
I felt a little bit like, what exactly do you mean?
Slighted?
Like, why couldn't I go there? But I think it drove me to, within a year, So I went in as a student teacher, taught at Newtown School. People like Gail Roy's mother, Mrs. Roy, Mrs. Anselm, Mrs. Edwards, older teachers kind of embraced us. Cora and I, two of us started there, so it was good. I had a friend who started there with me. Her mother, Mrs. Elwin, then worked in Ministry of Education and Health. But, and that was 5 years of pure joy. I met a lot of men today, and Miss Tavernier, you know, and it's to, a lot of them are still around, and they meet me and remember those days. Those were the days children came to school without any shoes, with slippers, without book, without breakfast, without pencils, and we would, you know, buy pencils and buy books for them, because that's the nature of that kind of profession anyway. And I enjoyed it, the 5 years I spent there.
Yes.
Yeah, just before she get into the teaching business, I wanted to ask a question. When she was in high school, I knew they were the school dancers. And being a rebel yourself, don't laugh now, Jennifer. Did you ever go to them, to the school dances?
Yeah, I did. And remember, those school dances, we started off, when we started school dances, they were in the convent. They could separate the classrooms. So they would move the separation between two classrooms. And the dances started off as 3 to 6. Remember that? 3 to 6. So you see where I lived. By 6:15, you had to be home, because it couldn't take you more than 15 minutes to get home after that dance. And later on, when they started having the dances, when you were in 4th or 5th form, or 4th and 5th, you could then go to the dance at the St. Gerard's Hall. That was from 6 to 9. You remember that, Atlee?
Yeah. I remember.
And all the girls stood on one side and the boys stood on one side. And if you saw somebody come in that you didn't want to dance with, you found an excuse.
What was your common excuse? Jennifer, what was your common excuse? Too ugly, cannot dance. What was your excuse?
What was the excuse? You couldn't tell them. It's just that somebody asked me to dance already. Oh, but I'm tired. I'm skipping that dance.
Boy, look a good excuse. But that is the best excuse. Somebody asked me to dance already. I'm dancing. I'm tired.
Right. I knew that.
So those days wasn't about boyfriend and girlfriend.
No. There was a simplicity of life at that time. I mean, at school, that we had been nurtured to think about. I don't know if it's the influence of the nuns or the religion or the fear of God being put on you or whatever it was, or the discipline, but there was a simplicity. I mean, at 9 and 10, 11, 12, first form, second form, it's a far cry from what we see today. Because remember, we're coming from a background of children must be seen only and not heard. If people came home to my grandmother, I had to go to my room. I couldn't sit anywhere around those conversations. They were adults having conversations. You could not be sitting around adults having conversations. Now children are there, they join in, they may comment, they may think. Sometimes parents say nothing.
Nobody Creole language at that time.
Yeah?
Nobody Creole language at that time.
Well, my grandmother spoke a lot of patois to people, thinking, I guess, maybe I couldn't understand. But I learned patois and understood it without speaking. So I understood most of what she used to say. She used to speak a lot of patois, a lot. And then at that time, being the owner of a shop and being people from the country coming there, there was a lot of patois being spoken.
So she would speak Creole to you at any given time?
No.
Aledomi, Levisa?
No.
Just English?
Just English.
I wanted to ask a question, which I want to find out. At the time when you went to the convent high school, were girls in 4th form, 5th form, Were they allowed any boyfriends? Did they have any boyfriends?
They would have had.
I had my first boyfriend in fifth form.
Yeah, that? They
No, I just wanted to find out.
They would have had.
Yes.
Yes.
They would have had, but it was, well, how you'd say that? I don't know. You remember, I mean, walking through Roseau, I mean, that's what it was. There were always boys around. I meet men now who say, boy, I used to be afraid to talk to you. But, you know, when you walked through town, you remember under the Larocks there was always a whole heap of boys there. There was...
It's Four Corners you're talking about?
The Larocks. Almost...
Where they have Digicel there.
Well, that's
Where
Four Corners.
Digicel
That's Four
is-
Corners.
No, Four Corners.
Four Corners is lower down.
where-
It's lower down,
where,
yes.
The shop is.
Yeah,
but
yeah, that shoe place.
The
Yeah.
Larocks and there.
Yeah.
the days Four Corners evolved to Four Corners, I was no longer in Dominica.
Okay. So Jennifer, the primary school that you're talking about that you taught, was it where the Savannah location is?
Exactly.
Mhm.
The big building, which is still there, was where the smaller children were, the 4 to 6 or something like that. And that was where the headmistress stayed, Mrs. Ansel, Mrs. Roy, the older teachers. And there was a smaller house where the car wash is. We had 3 classrooms there. I believe it may have been standard 1, standard 2. Standard, I don't think we went to standard 3 there, but it was the 3 small. I taught like 7, 8-year-olds. And then there was a pit latrine in the back. I remember keeping the doors open one day when the minister, Mr. Stevens, came to visit because we wanted him to experience what was happening there at the time. It was a sandy and stony yard. I still see that in a lot of schools around, but my view is that a school environment must be a place that children see the value of cleanliness, of certain aesthetic, so they grow up with that sense of aesthetic and cleanliness. A schoolyard that is just sand and dirt and stones, to me, should not exist. That's my view. And that's the kind of yard we had then. So when Mr. Stevens came to visit, we wanted to make a point about the state of the schoolyard and the state of the toilet. So my activism started as early as that.
What did he say then when he arrived?
I mean, he wasn't going to respond. We just wanted to make a point.
Oh, the other teachers that you taught with, you named them, but what was the character like in terms of working together, staying together, and ensure that your school would have been the best school around Roseau?
Well, they were extremely diligent teachers and very experienced. Mrs. Edwards was one. I think her husband was also a head teacher, the Edwards. Mrs. Roy, the mother of Gail Roy, Mrs. Anselm, Hostel Anselm's wife, another teacher called Mrs. Bino. These were the senior teachers there. There was Megan, who's now in Canada. A couple of those teachers have now passed. But they were, I mean, in those days they were teachers. You know, there's something now that I'm not sure that happens, is that children aspire to be like that role models or mentors. I don't hear that a lot. There used to be a lot of that, where I really want to become like this person. So for me, because I wanted to be like how they were, qualified within the first year, and with their support and encouragement, I did the first teaching exam I did to become an assistant teacher. Mind you, I started working, my first salary was $36. Huh?
Like 3-6?
36,
Yeah.
3-6. And then I went to $60. And after CSA negotiated in 1970, just when I was leaving, my salary would have gone to $90 or $96.
It seems like the school dance is taking toll on the social media, you know. So someone said, Mrs. Astaphan, that's how I train my children when I came from when I came from friends. When I came from friends, I would send them. When friends came to my home, I would send them to the room. Another person said, as Karen Valder Hill said, school dance should be introduced again. What do you think?
But before you answer that question, Cecil, one of the things that I found very strange is that the convent girls, most of them fell in love or had their boyfriends in the SMA. Grammar school boys were sometimes seen as foreign objects. I don't know whether that was the norm, whether they had a kind of plan for grammar school boys. With most of the boys that you liked were from the SMA?
That's true.
Why?
I don't know. I mean...
They always had a plan
At
for...
least you should answer that.
So
Maybe because on the way to school, remember the SMA at one time used to be at the top of Constitution Hill?
Yeah, where the St. Martin Primary School
You'd
is.
always see boys standing over the wall looking at you. Pass there because you had to stop by Ma Henry to buy your Unbreakable and tamarind jam.
I know.
And then you'll hear guys say, psst. Did you all take that one?
Of course.
What do you mean by of course?
These were the boys.
I mean, we were teenagers, you know, and these were, like I at least say, these were the boys. These were the boys you saw. Remember, grammar school was somewhere like far away. Yeah?
So
and these were the schools, as Catholic schools, that went to church, that church activities.
and as girls in class together, you would say, boy, you know, girl, coming up Constitutional Hill, boy, Wadi Astaphan said hi to me, you know, he said a so the other lady would ask you, the other young girl would ask you, so what did you say, what did you do? I'm sure you all had those kind of conversations.
Of course we did.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we were.
So tell us.
Girls and teenage girls will always be teenage girls. I say that to my grandchildren. They'll think I was a young one.
So tell me the things that you all would have had in class. What are the things that you all have said before bell rings?
I don't think we were consumed by those kinds of conversations. Yeah. You know why? Because every little minute you were at school, you had to find an opportunity to play. At volleyball, you had other things to do. You know, to me, I don't think these conversations were at the front of our minds. Once we got to school, it was like, we have time to play a game, or we have, or you get in there just in time to run into class because you kind of wasted a lot of time along the way.
And then at 12 o'clock.
And at recess. At 12 o'clock, you went home.
You passed that same route?
Lunch. Not necessarily. You would pass maybe down by Auntie Ball's there and go down where Astaphan's is there. Because I remember that would be my route for school, and my first experience of that murder coming from school.
What murder is that?
3 o'clock. It was the murder of this woman at the shop next to Winsky, next to where the labor house is. There was a horrific murder. It wouldn't be Waldron. Waldron would have been on the opposite side.
That's what I'm saying.
Right next to opposite, before Alex Boyd's office, there was a shop there.
Oh, yes.
There was a woman who was killed there by her boyfriend because she was going to go away, and he came there and he killed her right there.
Gunshot?
Because cutlass and knife. In those days, gunshot, we didn't know about guns happening. I mean, there was not that gun culture that we have now at all.
Wow, that's amazing.
Right.
Yeah,
that was I heard about gruesome. That murder. It was gruesome.
Very.
The cutlass. Did they hang him?
I don't remember, but all I remember was the amount of blood on the side. Most children my age coming from school would have seen the blood on the sidewalk, and that was like our first experience
Then
or
you
knowledge of murder.
Then you prepare yourself. You are a teacher for 5 years. You decide to explore. Help us about having that understanding of exploring. Maybe boyfriend now getting overseas. What did you? Because you're now of age. You're teaching.
Yeah, the going overseas. I'll tell you one of the things that happened to me was within like 2-3 years, maybe not even as much, either my friends were going to go away to the US, or I looked around and most of my friends who had left sixth form were going to university. Now, my grandmother was a firm believer in education. She was not a very educated, but she was street smart. She had a lot of common sense, and we always had a lot of books in the house. And being alone, I always read a lot. And I had some friends then who had gone, and some were saying that they were going to England to do nursing.
As I said, just before you go across, I just want to give information. Someone said that I mentioned that murder in my stories, that some person must have had a story, and was a little girl too. His hanging was the first I knew about. And then someone said they hung him, I was told, and they said that his name was Cuthbert Oscar. Yes.
Cuthbert, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead now. Continue. Just wanted to give that information.
Okay.
So you're talking about wanting to go overseas. Your grandmother was street smart, but she always wanted you to be educated.
Yeah, so I thought probably I had kind of wasted my life a little bit, not looking to become a little more expansive and professional. By that time, I don't know what it was about teaching. I enjoyed it, but I think deep down, and I'm just making myself very vulnerable here, deep down I had this, going to England for me was finding my mother and wanting to know why she never made contact with me. That was kind of a yearning. So when my friends said they were going to England to do nursing, I thought that would have been an opportunity to go. And nursing always attracted me. Again, public service, profession, vocation, whatever you call it. And I went to England again, another 5 years. Everything I've done is in like 5-year blocks. I don't know what the significance of that is. So I went to England, 1970, 1975. And I think some of the influence in England and coming back came from the whole question of the Black Power movement, of the black awareness in England that you really were not as aware of in Dominica when these things were happening, the question of injustice. And that was my period in England. So my encounter with my mother was nothing like what I had dreamt of. It was the same thing about my father didn't think she was good enough for him to marry her, so therefore she had found marriage and she had a daughter, and she had brought another sister up who had a bad experience. But for her, her dedication was to her husband and this daughter with her husband and the man who thought she was worthy enough to marry.
So that was your first encounter with your mom, really face to face?
Yeah, at 21.
At 21. By that time, you would have had a child?
I would have had a child. So they go back 2 steps before that. I'm 19 and I'm pregnant. And I'm teaching. You could not. You would have to resign. And that was the option I had. You either resigned or you got married.
Wow. So you're telling me, here are some things
I
that...
got married at 19 because I had no choice.
So Jennifer, here it is.
Part of the rebelliousness.
Not only that, we are learning so much more now. I've heard this before. Nurses and teachers, once they get pregnant, they would have had to get married.
Yeah.
So here it is at 19, you are working for the British government.
No,
Who are you working for?
I was
The administrator?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, were we an associated state then?
In-
What were we in 1960? 69.
Well, 1969 we were an associate.
68,
We were associated state in
yeah.
1968, 4th of March.
Yeah.
So you would have gotten married.
So the general orders were still standing. I
Mhm.
mean, they were still there. If you get an old general orders, you can see it. You could not. I mean, you can imagine you could not go to teach children as a single person. Being pregnant, that was an abomination. You had to be married.
So as soon as you found out that you were pregnant, within months of that pregnancy, you got married
Yeah.
because you would have been fired.
Mm-hmm.
That's how much the love that you had for teaching.
Mm-hmm.
So you got pregnant, you got married, and how long after, or how soon after you left teaching to decide to do nursing?
I left teaching about 3 years after that, 2 years.
Okay. And then even if you wanted to do nursing, you would have had to find yourself married because you have a child.
Mm-hmm.
So getting to England, yes, the journey is to really see your mom and to see what could happen, but also to be trained as a nurse.
Mm-hmm. And the interview for that was held here. It was Penny Honeychurch, I believe, Lennox's mother, would have carried out the interview for the British Council.
And
So when you applied for nursing in England, your interviews were conducted here by the Nursing Council, and she was then the person who did the interviews for the British Council.
so what was your expression when you were called to know that you had to go to England?
And you know, I had mixed feelings, but I think at that point I kind of just wanted to get away from Dominica for a while. I felt that it was going to give me a profession that I would be able to come back and, be have a profession. For teaching at the time, it was, I don't know what it was. I had done the exam, the assistant teachers. There were a couple, and to go away at that time and to get an opportunity to be a trained teacher. In those days, people went to Urdistan and different places. It seemed to have been it may have been a more difficult journey. But again, my influence for nursing also came. Besides the mother thing, I had friends who were already gone and friends who were going, and that is what really attracted me to that. I remember by then, when I look at children who are now 19 and 20 at the college, they seem like children. In those days, for some reason, because of our experience and I don't know, level of responsibility that we had, that despite everything and despite having helpers in the house, my grandmother would say, you still have to do housework, you have to learn to wash, you have to learn to iron, you have to learn. So we found ourselves, we were a mature kind of 16 in those days, far more than children are today, I think.
And now, journey to England, how was the journey?
I went to England through New York because my sister-in-law was there then, and for some reason I thought, okay, I can spend a few days there and buy winter clothes and go to England. And then I got to England, and imagine I was in the depths of winter, January, and you had to live in the nurses' hostel then. You couldn't just go to England and have to find, because you were met by the nursing council and you lived in a nurses' hostel. So again, you're coming from your own home with your own bathroom and you're going into a common communal kind of living. It exposed me to a lot of people from all over the world, because you had people there from Hong Kong, from Singapore, from Malaysia, from Africa, and a few Caribbean people.
Culture shock. Any?
Culture shock. I think one of my biggest culture shocks, well, besides the bathroom story, because it's like all you had was a tub, no shower. But my biggest culture shock would have been going into a canteen and looking at the menu, and you would have, let's say, lamb, macaroni and cheese, Brussels sprouts, potatoes, and asking for lamb, macaroni and cheese, and versus one being told, no, macaroni and cheese is a protein dish. You can't have both.
What? That's what they would say to you. You can't have both? No. So you
because it's protein. It's cheese with eggs and milk and whatever. We never think of it like that. We were accustomed to it being a starch. But it was considered a protein dish at that time.
And what about the issue of racism?
It was probably a little more subtle then. I remember just one incident which kind of pulled me in line because, with my whatever, I thought I was on the ward once and I can't remember what sister just upset me for some reason, and I pulled a screen and she came to me and she said, we don't tolerate umbrage here, so you have to learn how to control your temper and your emotion. The racism would have come from maybe some patients who wouldn't want you to touch them, but I can't say I experienced it, but I had friends who experienced it, and there were instances of that kind of bias during the training, but not to any extent that would have really rattled me as such.
That by that time you are married, you have a child. How did that cope with you? How did you manage that? Having to be in England to...
And I probably came back home once. Then Reginald came up. Steve would have been my first son then. He would be about 4. They came up and we went and traveled as well to Europe at that time, to Paris. And so within that period, we had a couple back and forths. And I came back home within 5 years. Well, just about 1975.
So the training was for 1 year, 6 months?
No, it was 4 years.
The training was actually for 4 years?
Yeah, so 3 years, general nursing, 1 year. So I stayed there for 3 years, plus 1, nursing and midwifery. And then I worked for almost 1 year before coming back.
You came back to Dominica?
Yeah.
In 75?
And just
and
before I came back, I remember that the delegations had started, and Patrick John would have been the Prime Minister then, Mike Douglas and others would have been back and forth. Adam Shillingford and I became quite close. He was then the High Commissioner. And so the whole question of wanting to come back home and Dominica gaining independence was something that was coming up and being discussed at the time while I was in England.
So you were part and parcel of the discussion for independence?
I know, my discussions would have been side discussions.
Okay, all right. And then you returned to Dominica in 75. And you decided that you're going to, or not decided, but you're now a nurse, a qualified nurse, so you are now working at the Princess Margaret Hospital, as it was called.
Yeah, I had a little bit of the same experience with the teaching, but it turned out okay, because I remember Arminta Thomas saying to me, you've just come back. She had been trained in England, and she said to me, and that one was funny because she knew as well, why don't you go to Coolibee Street to become a community nurse?
Oh my God, I can imagine you love that one. Going back to your community.
I remember her saying that very directly to me. But
and what was your response?
I couldn't go then. Not couldn't go, but I wanted to be around Roseau. I wanted to be at the Princess Margaret Hospital. So that's where I went. I was a trained midwife, and I felt I could make a bigger contribution.
So
Yeah.
let me ask you. So what in all of this made you decide you just wanted to be in Roseau and not going back to your community after what your granny would have taught you about giving back to your people?
I know.
What was
I don't know. It was just the idea. In 1975, trying to move around, I had already been away from my family for 4-5 years. I just wanted a kind of more consistent base in town than to go and live. In those days, you would have to go out and live in the community, you know, and Kulbisri seemed a far away. I really had not much connection. I think she was just being facetious when she said it.
Did you have a chance to ever tell her that?
No, I mean, throughout our appraisals, I mean, I've always paid attention to things that people have told me about who I am, because I think introspection is our greatest tool for self-development. And I remember her telling me, you always want things to happen too quickly and your way. And,
Yeah.
yeah.
Now you're at the hospital. Who were the doctors you'd have worked with? I know you're now trained midwife.
Mm-hmm.
Who would you be working with?
So
Would
at
you-
that time, when I came back, it would be Dr. Serendo, who was the only obstetrician gynecologist at the time.
And who would you have worked with now in the maternity ward?
Well, he would have been the main person, but
What's outside the doctor, the nurses?
I
talking about?
worked when I came back. Actually, I worked in casualty. I worked around the hospital first, and I remember my first day in casualty. And when I came back, the miniskirt was in fashion, and the nurses had then got permission to have their uniforms 1 inch above the knee or 2 inches above the knee. That hadn't happened in England. So my uniforms were 2 inches below the knee or 1 inch below the knee. And a man came into casualty that day and he said, Salah se on masse, man. Because he couldn't understand why my uniform was longer than everybody else's. But I mean, that was that period. It seems like yesterday, but that's what it was.
And the rule of being pregnant and having to get married was dropped already?
No,
It was
that I'm trying to remember when that was dropped from general orders. I don't recall, but probably it was beginning to be removed. The CSA at that time was quite powerful. You had from before I left in 1970, actually just before I left, the CSA that consisted of Ozzy Sims, Mr. Robin, I mean some really top guys, I believe, Dr. Wati and people like that. If you notice, that at that period, I believe, when we signed option forms for retirement at 55, imagine at 19, 20, and they tell you want to retire at 60 or 55. Of course, you're thinking 55, why am I going to stay working until I'm 60? So most of us signed the option forms. That is how that executive and some civil servants at the time were able to buy, in exchange for that, what they thought when people retired at 55, they would have been able to do farming and all that. That is why in that Springfield, Lakou area, a lot of them then bought land from government at something like, what, $1 an acre, Hatley? Do you remember that?
That's correct. Quite a number of public officers purchased land. Some of them, I know, bought land in the Podcas area.
$1 square foot you meant?
No, probably like $1 an acre or $10 an acre. It was absolutely cheap because it
What?
was sold. It was negotiated and sold to them at that time. I may be wrong, but it was a very nominal.
I want someone to actually confirm that.
Yeah, it was a
That
very
is very
nominal
cheap.
sum.
Wow.
I know I have a couple friends out there who can confirm that, but I'm not sure that he would be on Facebook and
By
type in that comment.
by that time, how much money would you have been receiving?
After the Pusnelli report, when I came back,
Mm-hmm.
my salary wasn't much, no? $300 and something.
Well, that's plenty. I could buy plenty land, man.
Right? Yes. Remember at the time, a Volkswagen was $3,000 or even less. So, I mean, we got very little salary.
Yeah.
$300, man, was plenty money for us, at the time.
But yes, I still, with a $60 salary, I remember my grandmother, who was a very frugal person, had said, first you have to save half of that. I had to save $30 every month. And remember, we had just had this, and from school you had the credit union and Sister Alicia pushing for savings. And so with a $60 salary, you saved $30, and the other $30 you did other things with it. So that was the first thing you did. As small as, I mean, it sounds small today, but it was a salary there. You could, if you had to go to a dance, you could go and buy cloth and make a dress, and had enough money for cosmetics and other things.
So you would have
spend.
so you would have taken the chance of purchasing property in Lakou, knowing that you're up for 55.
No, that was then for the big boys. I mean, some of these things never really crossed your mind. I think these offers were made to those who were probably closer to that end of age, and who took the opportunity or saw the benefit of buying.
By this time, you had the Provident Fund, or you had the Dominica Social Security?
It was a Provident Fund.
Okay, how did that work for
Security.
people like you?
Well, we transferred to Social Security after.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you stayed as a nurse for how long?
From 1975 to, so probably about 10 years, when I became a permanent secretary, somewhere around 1986,
Right.
1985, 86.
Okay. So you were appointed as permanent secretary CPO.
No, I was first appointed as permanent secretary, Ministry of Health.
Okay, Ministry of Health, right.
Because I had done a master's in public health, and my focus was on planning.
And what was your experience then as permanent secretary in health?
Well, at that time, and because I had done a master's in public health as well, now we're coming backtrack 2 or 3 years. We have Hurricane David, and at that time there was a major nursing conference on at Fort Young that was damaged. We went to check on them, and then there was a British ship at the time that had come in to assist, and there had been the interim government. I wasn't home. I had just come back to Dominica in August of 1979. I wasn't here from maybe September of 78. I wasn't here for independence. And I came back just a week, like August 16th, before the hurricane. And I remember going across to Government House, and because there was something happening there, and Oliver Seraphin, who was then the interim Prime Minister, when the man said something about the assessment of health and health centers, and Oliver Seraphin just turned around, and I guess I was the first person he saw, and he said, "Jennifer, you handle this." And that's how I was thrown into doing an assessment of health centers and the state of health at the time.
You had the answers by that time?
In terms of?
When the question was asked and when
Oliver Seraphin?
Yes.
I had no choice. It was a responsibility that was just thrust on me. And I did what I could do. And I remember Ophelia Linton and I, we were given a car, a little blue car. I remember government, I believe at the time it was Acme Garage, or somebody had made a fleet of vehicles available to government, and we took that car and drove around to find out what was happening with the health centers and nurses around the country. The hospital by then had been severely destroyed. They had set up wards at 8 Bank. No, not 8 Bank. Where the National Bank is there, upstairs, they had transferred patients there. And there was a lot happening.
That part, I've never heard that before, where after Hurricane David, that people actually transported on Hillsborough Street.
You were in the midst of two, national disasters. There had been the May 29th event while I was still in Jamaica that had happened. And soon after that, you had the hurricane. But when the hospital was destroyed, patients were moved. And that was one of the places that patients were moved to, where National Bank is now.
I never knew that. I'm hearing that for the very first time.
What about you? No, I knew. For instance, the people who gave the vehicles, do you know, Cecil?
I just heard Jennifer said the Karams?
No, the South Koreans.
Oh, the South Koreans. Yes, at that time, there's quite a lot of
blue vehicles.
Blue vehicles,
But they were here on island.
Yeah, they were here on the island.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I thought it came from one of the...
Yeah. So the wards were actually transferred to upstairs.
Some to different places, but that was one of
So
the
where was the
main
second
places.
place?
I can't remember. But that was one of the main places that they moved patients to. But remember, along with that, there was a team of...
How long, sorry, before you continue, how long was the remain there?
Well, that's what I'm coming to, that with the British, there were the American, there's a name for who they were. And they quickly
the American
moved
CBs. The
CBs. And they quickly moved to repairs of all these major places. So it didn't last for very long, I don't think, more than a month or two. These people quickly moved to doing repairs of several places so that things could return to normal. Somebody else out there may have a greater recollection than I did. But so that was 1979. And at the hospital, we had set up in that main corridor. I remember Dr. Charles, Eugenia Charles's brother, had come in. They had set up a command center there for health. And following that, CARICOM, Dr. Philip Boyd, who was the main advisor in CARICOM at the time, and a Dominican, came forward to see how they could help. And that is how the transformation of health services started in 1980. So there were several things happening at the same time, because then you had a general election in 1980.
Before we go to the general election, you did mention about Dame Mary Eugenia Child's brother coming in to help. He was a medical doctor?
He was a medical doctor. I think he lived in Antigua at the time. And he came in to assist.
And in what area did he?
Kind of with just helping with the command post and getting things done.
So basically you're saying that Dominicans who were living out of state would come in to give the necessary assistance.
Yeah.
Wow, that's beautiful. And then you're saying now after that everybody was able to move back at the Princess Margaret Hospital.
Yeah.
And then I think the 8 Bank found itself home to the place, because we know that the 8 Bank at once upon a time was upstairs, the before the National Bank, it was upstairs the ministry. That's where the 8 Bank started way back in 1971. It was actually a department in upstairs the financial ministry, the 5th floor.
Okay.
Yeah. So now, Jennifer, you by that time you would have been a senior nurse, administrator. What were you at the time?
Well, I would have been a ward sister, then a departmental sister, then assistant matron, now and then acting matron, but mainly, at a senior departmental level.
So before you actually became permanent secretary of health, what was your position, your final position at the hospital?
At the level of departmental sister on Stronachwood for the hospital.
So did people? So did people take any offense now, as just an administrator at the hospital, to now be chosen in 1986 to be the permanent secretary for Ministry of Health?
I didn't really experience that, because before I became permanent secretary, I got quite involved in the reorganization with Dr. Etienne, Dr. McIntyre, and others when we had the first meetings in 1980, because I had gone to Jamaica to do nursing administration, advanced nursing administration, and that's when I came back in August of 1979. And there was this, like we said, the slogan, health for all. By that time, I was also very actively involved in teaching as well. So I did a lot of teaching and training of midwives as well. I had been the president of the Nurses Association. Then in 83, I did health planning. But prior to that, when Dr. Etienne she came back after the hurricane, and we had moved together and thought it was an opportunity to reorganize the health services, and Dr. Philip Boyd and others, and I was part of that committee or whatever. And that's how I got involved in major planning and administration. Ozzy Sims was then the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Health, and we did a lot of work towards reorganization of health services.
By that time,
that was that.
By that time, Jennifer, would you remember what was infant mortality rate?
No. In terms of comparing it to now, I know the birth rate was higher than it is now. The infant mortality rate was a target that we had looked to lowering, so we would have been looking to take it down from wherever it was. And these were all targets that we had set in the whole reorganization of primary care services, in terms of maternal and child health services, was aimed at doing all those things. I could not recollect offhand, but it would have been, I can't guess, and I wouldn't even want to guess in terms of comparisons to now.
Okay. Then can you tell us, the listeners and viewers, what is your greatest achievement now being as permanent secretary? What you feel that you have accomplished and you're still seeing it existing today?
I think in terms of the Ministry of Health, my greatest accomplishment would have been the primary care reorganization and the model we created that became an international model for health.
What was that model?
Well, that model was based on the organization of teams, a focus on teamwork, the reorganization of various districts, the creation of that Roseau Health Center as the central hub for primary care coordination, in that where you now have All Saints, where we had environmental health, the director of primary care, who was then Dr. Etienne, the health education, your dental services, your maternal and child health, your statistics and everything. And that hub is what drove the coordination of teamwork for the Ministry of Health.
Would you have seen that in Jamaica or in England when you went and studied? Why you felt that you had to implement it?
No, I wouldn't have seen it to implement it. Like I said, this came because at the time there was a World Health slogan, Health for All, by the year 2000. I don't remember that slogan. And Dr. Philip Boyd, who was then at CARICOM, worked with us, and Mr. McIntyre, who then became Director of Health, Health Coordinator, and Charles Maynard and those people. We created that model. Dr. Etienne had been studying and then went back to do community medicine and was part of a main driving force with a team that created that. This was not anything that any individual could take credit for, because it was a team. And these kinds of achievements and transformation can only be achieved by a team. There's no one individual that has the resident knowledge for everything. And until we come to realize that, because the ego can overtake us sometimes, Cecil, and you can only achieve transformation and change and development through a coordinated effort of a team. I've passed my time, and people may think, oh well, there's a thinking now that, these old people who used to be there before are fixed in their ideas. What we bring to the table is an experience that is not resident in anybody's head right now.
Yes, one of the things that you just mentioned in terms of the old people, in terms of attitude, in terms of the people that you work with, the doctors that you work with, like the Dr. McIntyres, the Dr. Shillingfords, the Dr. Pembertons, the Dr. Roys, and those people, even Dr. Wati, in terms of their attitude to health. What was it like? What do you think about their attitude? Because people tend to think old people, they pass time, their attitude to work. What do you have to say about that?
Well, there was a completely different attitude. There was a different philosophy. That was a generation that gave and gave of their all. That was a generation, if you were a ward sister or a departmental sister and you called a consultant or you called a doctor, you had control of your ward, and they listened to what you had to say. If you said, you need to come to see this patient now and this is what is happening, they would respond. I'm not sure what happens now, but it's a whole different dynamic from what I have observed. There would be consultation. Your people, your Dr. Hendricks Paul and these people, the patient was, the patient that they would respond at any time to, even if they had just got home and just left the hospital, they would come back without a grumbling. I don't know what happens now. I wouldn't want to compare. Human beings are human beings, but there was a different professional interaction at the time. There was a different professionalism. They came from a different school of thought. I wouldn't venture to want to say publicly what my observations have been.
Now, in 1992, you became the chief personnel officer. How so? How did that happen?
That happened again. I would say my strength and maybe my interest is, like Araminta would have told me, I like to see things happen. Change is the greatest thing. That is constant, and we must never stop until we die or can't think again. Stop thinking about change, even to our own selves. Learning and change is continuous. So if, for example, you never change what you do and you never think about changing it, then you've not lived, you've not experienced life. So at that time, I think we had done the change and transformation then. We had some resistance. We had a report called the Blackman Report. And there was this whole thrust towards the restructuring of the public service. And so I was asked to go to establishment mainly for that purpose. And interestingly, on that very first day that I was there was a public service strike because the new Public Service Act was going to go into effect, and the CSA had decided they had not been properly consulted, and it was already going to Parliament, and the bill was pulled out of Parliament, and we spent like 3 days, Ray Harris, who was the drafter, with the unions negotiating and restructuring and making amendments to the bill so it could have been passed for that restructuring program, which I believe was being funded by the Canadians at the time. And so that is why I went there, to implement the new restructuring program.
Minutes ago, I saw you had viewers 162. Alvin Thomas said, "That is so true, Jennifer. A different work philosophy and attitude towards work and one's profession." That's what Alvin said.
Yes. I mean, one has to be, you can see the professionalism in Mrs. Astaphan in terms of the attitude and the commitment to the work. Because still, from my own observation, and that's not Mrs. Astaphan speaking, in terms of the health, I find the commitment before towards the profession was more significant than it is. I'm using big English. That is, they were commitment to the work. In other words, yes, salaries were important, but I think the service to the persons in the public was a bit different. That's my observation, and I don't want anybody to jump on my neck because I'm saying that, but there was a greater commitment to service.
So, Jennifer, what is the greater aspect of the transformation of the CPU office that you would have brought in?
Well, at that time, remember, first the Act changed the title of that position. So I may have gone in as Chief Establishment Officer, and then after the Public Service Act was passed, the position of Chief Personnel Officer was created. And one of the areas there was the fact that at that time, at the top floor, the Public Service Commission office was located there. And it was found that because it's an independent institution of the Constitution, that location was just totally wrong, because it would have come under the influence of the Chief Personnel Officer or Chief Establishment Officer, who was making recommendations. And secondly, because the Secretary sat there. And secondly, that when they had started the reform, the consultants had recommended that the Chief Personnel Officer would sit with the Commission, and that was again found to be unconstitutional to some extent, and that was a change that was made. So the office of the Commission was taken away from, because remember, Public Service Commission is intended to be a neutral body, a body that insulates public officers from politics. I mean, it has never worked in that way throughout, but that is the first and primary responsibility of the Public Service Commission.
And Alvin Thomas said that was an interesting exchange at the time as General Secretary. That it means that Alvin Thomas was General Secretary, yeah. Mm-hmm. And you as Chief Personnel Officer. But even with that strike, we could dialogue.
Yeah.
Why the need to have that dialogue?
Because what we're not able to do as a people, and I see it deepening, is to separate the issues and separate our feelings and separate our alliances from discourse and conversations. We're not able to do that. We personalize everything, and opinion takes precedence over facts and over law.
I like that. That's a nice slogan, Adams.
No, but you
opinion take over law and what again?
Facts.
And facts. I love that. I'll try to adopt that
I think
slogan.
you should, basically.
Yes, I'll adopt that slogan.
In
Opinion tends to
take precedence
over law and facts.
Well, the thing about it,
Thanks for that. Can I borrow that
but
slogan?
that's what it is.
Doesn't belong to me. It's just an expression.
Right.
Okay,
But the
alright.
thing about it, in any discussion, objectivity for me is the important aspect of it. You have to be objective, forget the politics, forget the emotions, and be objective in your decision making.
So are you saying that you have lost the ability to negotiate?
No, it's a matter of objectivity. Decision making is critical, and it's separating your political opinions or your religious opinions from what is the fact. What is the fact? Rather than the opinion. It's a fact. The law, what does the law say about that?
So some persons are just giving their emotions.
Some people be driven by emotion, some people driven by religion, and some people may be driven by their political agenda. But you have to add law and the facts. What are they, and what does the law say about that? That's how I interpret it.
I'm sure that's a leading example.
That is exactly right. And what Alvin is saying is what I experienced throughout all the times that we had whatever turbulences. We had disagreements. We had. I was government's chief negotiator. I negotiated, for example, with the police, and at that time Rayburn Blackmore was the president or whatever of the police. I remember him saying, I can't go back to the police with that, they'll take my neck. I said, well, that's what it is, you got to find a way to sell it to them. But there was never any sustaining anger after, or not talking to, or bitterness, or it's just an ability that we need to learn, and it has to be taught in schools. That's why, that how to resolve disputes, and you can see what's happening in the society. People just don't know how to resolve disputes. They think that the only way to resolve a dispute is through aggression.
But Jennifer, you were not taught about these things at school. If you go back to the Lakou and what your grandmother taught you, that's what allow you to be passionate, compassionate, loyal, and being able to discuss, to agree to disagree. It would have been from the Lakou.
You would have learned from the Lakou, and that is why they said common sense is not so common anymore. Even out of the uneducated public and the people in the Lakou and on the street, what they would have said to you if they saw two boys fighting, what they would have done, and what they would have then said to their children, say you're sorry, apologize. You went to your parents with a complaint about a teacher, you would probably get another beating.
You'd get a beating for sure.
Because that's how respect was taught. That's how they knew it. Today you'll have parents going into a school to fight with a teacher or quarrel. I'm hearing people saying, and they're saying, me, I never played sports. I never wanted to do that. Me, in that hot sun, I'm not sending my child. How does that child learn self-discipline? How does that child learn to respect authority? So they go to work, and it means absolutely nothing. If their boss tells them something, they will walk out.
The same attitude has been, as you say, the same attitude from the family has now extended to the workplace. That's what you're saying.
But that is where it is taught. It's taught at home. Children may not follow the values that you've taught them, but that is where a lot of it is taught, the respect for authority and how to respond to aggression, how to walk away from fights, how to, that kind of thing. You see, you watch the children coming from school at 1 o'clock, you're going to stand at the bottom of Constitution Hill when all the crowds of children are coming and see how many children are engaging into fights. You think long ago an adult could turn around and look at you cursing and you would continue to curse and look at them and tell them what you're watching me for? You think you could do that? Have you noticed that this is like becoming a norm here?
And really and truly, the Lakou has really taught us to differ with our responsibilities and respect each other.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things that one has to remember is that the discipline was from the home, which is transferred to you. So Jennifer, knows that the discipline she grew up with at her home held her in good stead up to now in terms of your attitude to behavior. Because you have to be disciplined in any organization that you work, and you learn it from your home. But in modern times now, we are seeing children lacking discipline because the discipline at home is not there.
Just imagine, Jennifer has told us so many things. One, to deal with the issue of the church, you pay for your pew. Whether it was right or wrong, but the fact is you paid for your pew and you have to respect the person who paid for the pew.
That's the norm.
No, I'm just saying whether it was the norm, but you have to respect the person who paid for the pew.
Yes.
And that's where the whole community thing begins. Then she told us again that the rule was if you are pregnant as a teacher or a nurse, that you would have had to leave.
If you're not married.
And here it is, she's again saying to us that even from the point of view of the home, what we need to teach our children, the respect, the understanding of exchanging views, but respecting each other in a humble way. And that is quite a lot from the Lakou.
From the Lakou, yes.
Now, Jennifer, from CPU, you find and you felt that you wanted much more. Again, you returned to the UK to become a lawyer. Why a lawyer?
The first person who put that in my head was Mr. Kazimi, CB. May he rest in peace. I remember walking in there one day and he was cashing and he looked at me because he was a friend of my father. My father was a founding member of the Music Lovers. And he said, "Have you ever thought about doing law?" And I told him, not really. I really don't want to bother to do. But like I said, Cecil, when people say things to you, I guess it's part of my early learning that introspection, you must always think about how can I be a better person? How can I improve on what I'm doing? How can I make it better for others? This was something that I guess I have always thought about. And so I mulled over his comment. But it became obvious to me when I was CPO, when we were doing the restructuring, part of the issue there, which they found my option form, was that we had a number of public servants who were not disclosing that they had signed an option form. Remember, option forms had been signed all the way in 1970, so they're somewhere in a file and nobody's going to look and see. And they had started computerizing the personnel records. And in the computerization of the personnel records, this thing came to the fore, that persons had opted to retire at 55. And some of them were still there quietly working at 57 and 58. And so the computerization created this issue. And I had big men cry in my office because it was like, I've only just taken a mortgage 5 years ago. I can't stop working. And remember then government did this transition. Yes, you could retire at 60, but then for some of us, I actually retired at 50, even before my 55, but I had signed an option form and I would have had to go at 55. But what I found was and it doesn't seem to be happening much now. I don't know. There were a number of different lawsuits, and I realized that public law was something significant enough that probably every permanent secretary should really be very aware of the rights of public officers and what their duty is and what the Constitution says and what the Public Service Commission ought to, how it should function. And so I thought, well, you know what, I think I really need to understand the whole legal framework, because government is about laws and regulations and the Constitution. That's what guides government and governance. Without that understanding at a very senior level, there are a number of gaps. And I remember we had a consultant, and that was part of the influence that pushed me. And I left in 1995. I went to England because it was an accelerated program, and I went to do law. And after that, when I worked with CARICAD, it even became more obvious, and I ended up doing a master's in public law because it was important to understand what really drives true governance in a public service.
On your return from studying law, you are now a lawyer. You come back to the public service, and they have requested of you to be permanent secretary in communication and works.
Everybody has a different, and I think anybody who's been in a senior administrative position would tell you they may have straddled 3 administrations. I did. And there's always a perception that because an appointment as a permanent secretary is a political appointment, that's the only political appointment in government, and therefore you will always be perceived as a party supporter, so to speak.
So that's what you meant when you said it's a political appointment?
Yes, because it's the Prime Minister who makes the decision for your appointment. It's not like a public officer who goes merit, ability, integrity. Okay? And I call it, and it's deemed a political appointment. And therefore, anybody who would have worked as a permanent secretary would be seen as maybe not supporting a government. But the point is that you have to be, once you're professional enough, you had your older public servants who were professional and moved from one government to another because they were professional enough. And before my practice was assessed, I actually, up to today, I'm holding 2 instruments. One as an appointment to the Ministry of Legal Affairs, and one to the Ministry of Communication, Works and Housing.
But what does that mean? That legal instrument you're talking about?
Well, you said when I came back as a lawyer, somebody thought, well, okay, let's send you to Legal Affairs. And then Legal Affairs, whoever was there, said, I don't want her to work with me. She was working with Eugenia Charles. And therefore, I'm going to be very blunt about it. And Earl Williams at the time, I heard, said, don't worry, send her to me. I can work with her. And we became great friends. And I influenced him, even though we had major disagreements. And I influenced him to do law. And up to today, if Earl is listening, he always sends messages and greetings to me. So he was the minister then of Public Works.
Hold on, Jennifer. Hold on, Jennifer. You are saying to the general public,
yes,
that when you went to a particular ministry, that
when I came back,
when you came back from studies,
doing law, yes, the government had changed.
Right.
Yes.
But you came back to a substantive position that you left
as permanent secretary.
As permanent secretary. So when you return, that you must return to your substantive position because someone would have been acting in your position. Is that correct to say?
Whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you return, and then you were placed to be the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Legal Affairs. And
I have an instrument.
you have an instrument. Yeah. Okay, you have a letter. I don't want
I
people to
have an
think.
instrument of appointment.
Right. People have to understand the instrument of appointment is written words. They are written
Yeah.
words. They are written words, not an instrument to play in a band.
It's illegal.
It's a legal document that is black and white, written on a white paper, signed by somebody.
Yeah.
Right. So she has this legal document, and you're saying that with this legal document, you were told, or you overheard, or you were informed.
I was informed that I had another instrument and that I should report to the Ministry of Public Works
That's where
and
that's
Telecommunications. And that worked to my benefit.
so that is where you actually left the very first time you came. When you left, that is, when you left
When
Dominica,
I left
you left
in
as communication and works.
1998 to on secondment to the OECS project, Telecom's liberalization, because Telecoms was part of that ministry. I went on secondment from that ministry, and the rest is history, because
Okay.
it was the greatest thing that happened to me.
Okay, right. So I like how you put it. I really like
That's good.
and how you placed it by stating clearly that when Earl felt, and he may have heard this, he said, "Send it to me. I can deliver." Whether you underline the deliver to mean something else, but the fact is, at the end of the project, or at the end of your stint, that Earl himself went and do law.
Yes.
You had a great relationship.
Yeah.
And that's what's important about politics. Creating relationships.
And that's what a professional civil servant does. And when I went there, it was like, oh my God, public truth. It was like a demotion. In my time, your level of seniority as a permanent secretary was based on the floor that you were on. So if you're on the first floor, so you understand. So I was set down. But I had a very good friend. One day I said, what am I going to do in this ministry? And he said to me, pick one subject that you can really focus on and make a difference. And it just happened that consultants came, and I don't know if you remember Copel, who was in the ministry at the
Yes,
time.
Mr. Copel, yes.
And here we were with the liberalization of the telecom sector and negotiations with cable and wireless and the World Bank project. And I was seconded to that, and that is where I stayed and helped in the creation and establishment of ECTEL.
So, hold on. While that is so, can you take claim to say that interconnection was part of your baby?
It was. We were the first with the teams in the region with Calix George and the negotiating team. I was part of that negotiating team paid by the World Bank.
And some persons might not.
As a legal consultant.
Some people might
to
not know.
review all the new legislation and setting up ECTEL.
Some people may not know what we're talking about when we speak of interconnection. So try to help them to have a greater understanding and the role that you played. Then we talk a little bit about ECTEL.
Well, interconnection came as part of the negotiation, because then, remember, the dominant player then was cable and wireless, which is now Flow, Lime, whatever you may want to call it. And it was negotiating with them because they had this long-term agreement with all the governments in the Eastern Caribbean, basically had the same kind of agreement. They had a dominant position and as the sole player in telecoms, and you would have to negotiate out of that so that other players could have come onto the market, and that you could. Interconnection essentially, in simple words, is that they would allow another player to connect to clients through their own systems in some cases.
So why Dominica as the guinea pig?
Not Dominica. It was an Eastern Caribbean project. It was the OECS. The OECS.
But from what I understood, that Dominica was the first country to have the interconnection.
No.
That's not so.
No.
It was the entire OECS.
It was the OECS. It was an OECS project, and ECTEL was the Eastern Caribbean Telecommunications Company, and the legislation was a common piece of legislation.
Okay, so you can say it was a blessing in disguise.
It was.
To get you to the ministry, maybe the possibility that where we are today in the Eastern Caribbean in terms of telecommunication, we would have been a few steps behind.
Well, not necessarily. Maybe somebody else would have done it. But I was part of that negotiating team, and that was a great experience. And out of that came another reform project in judicial and legal reform with the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court. And the Canadians were funding that. So when we finished with that, then I went across when they were looking for a manager of that project for the OECS. And that's where I went to do next. So all my work has really been in reform and,
And you see, let's take it from the age of 1. You were taken from Kulibi Street to start the process of reforming yourself, preparing to help the world to develop. I don't know if you look at it that way, but I'm looking at all of this reform, and then you found yourself having to go to England, trying to meet your mom and to have a conversation with your mom, trying to have that reform in your mind. And here it is today that you are now working with the OECS. From 2004, you worked with the OECS to create that reform that was necessary.
From 1999, I was back and forth to St. Lucia. And then in 2000, when the legislation was done, I worked with the Judicial and Legal Reform Project, or somewhere around that time, 2002, 2004. I went to CARICAD, and that was all about reform of the entire CARICOM region public services.
Someone just said that Mrs. Astaphan's experience is so extensive, she can be an advisor to the government. Have you ever thought of that?
Well, I was. For a little while.
Okay, all right. No, you retired from
Remember what I've said, that people think they don't put a value on mentorship and experience. They look at your age and they think they know it all. This is the new generation. There's no value to experience.
And we are now putting a value to experience. One day they reach our age and they will understand what we mean and what we are saying.
But I also say, like somebody said recently, you see what President Biden's age is? And he's running for president again. Anyway.
Let me just ask. I don't know whether I'm jumping ahead, but basically, in terms of your experience, in terms of, was it the state college that you were mentoring, or was it the hospital systems that you, in the later stage of your life, you did?
Since I've returned, in the last 4 years or so,
what have you been doing?
It's been health legislation and the new hospital legislation, and I was chairman of the board.
Someone just said, such a pleasure listening to you, still so fluent and focused at your age. That came from Vina Simon. No, Jennifer, you retired at 50, the year 2000. Why would you have retired before your five added years?
Cecil, it's 9:30, yeah?
I know that because we're
coming
up to the close.
Yeah. Why did I retire? Because again, Cecil, I think I learned, again, I tell you, introspection. You look at other people's experiences and you try to understand. When I went to this project in 98, I was 50, 99. I thought, well, really, what's the worst possible thing that could happen? Well, that my Social Security benefits would not be as high as anybody else's, but I had the opportunity to work on this World Bank project as a consultant, and maybe it would be best if I just retired, take my gratuity, had children at school, and take my chances out there. And that's what it was about. I took my chances. You know, people have a false sense of, and I say a false sense of comfort in believing I should only retire when I'm 60, and if I could even work. I mean, in places now you can work until 70. You can't ask people to retire at 60. But the longer I stay in retirement, the better off I will be in terms of pension and other things. I think I was from the last set of people that would benefit from a government pension. People now who don't benefit from a government pension, or people who did, always thought that they could never do anything else until they were retired and got their pension. But that's not so. Sometimes it's penny wise, pound foolish. The extra 5 years, if an opportunity comes up, the extra 5 years of pension is really not that much of a great difference. In other words, let's say you would have got $2,000 if you retired at 50, and at 55 you would get 2,200. If you haven't thought about it, you would think, well, I'm going to stay no matter how painful it is, or if a big opportunity came, I don't want to leave because I don't want to lose my pension benefit. That was an old thinking from way back in the public service. But then, having been CPO and seeing how people responded to retiring at 55, it made me think a lot about those things. And so I took my chances at 50.
And someone is saying, time is time, well spent, learned a lot, and reminiscing. That person is thinking all over from what you're saying. Now, Jennifer, as we come to the end, you worked with CARICAT from 2004 to 2015. What was that experience like?
It was an extensive and very interesting experience, because what I saw there was governance systems that worked or didn't work, public services that had dynamic teams, different approaches to governance and public service, from between Belize and we're in the south, Guyana, Trinidad, all the Telecom countries, the Bahamas, and where you had dynamic teams who were driven and committed to change and changing processes, the public services were more responsive.
No, Jennifer, just reading again from Facebook quickly that someone said, whoa, I learned a lot from this discussion tonight. So it meant quite a lot for some people in this discussion that we are having as we continue in speaking to people and giving us the experience of the Lakou. Jennifer, tell us in a minute what you felt about this program tonight.
Well, I'm not seeing the comments, but I'm happy that people are listening. I'm hoping that whatever I've said, my experience would have inspired people. I'm hoping that if there are public officers listening, that they will give some thought to what it is they do as public service, because it's service to the public. So, for example, Cecil, if I may just end with a simple example of things that I would say for the hospital, for example. The question for me would be, what is it that you're doing to make the life of a sick person better? What is the experience that people have when they interface with our health services? And I always like to say, if the man from Thibault comes and he doesn't understand the signage, and he doesn't understand where to go, or he goes to one place and then is told to go to another and gets confused, is there anything you can do in that process to make it easier for that little old man from Thibault? who's in pain and who needs help. And that is my question. And I say that we can have the ability to fly out. I have the ability to fly out, but I always say is, will you ever be stable enough? And if you get sick at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, will you get the best possible response and care that will allow you to be stable enough to get better care?
Marva John Luis said, great interview, Jennifer. Very informative. You are well spoken. Petro Labadi said, Cecil, you need a second program with Mrs. Astaphan. Excellent program. Thumbs up, Mrs. Astaphan. I also want to say to, and Ruby Blah said, Cecil, a part 2 is in need. Indeed, is in need. Someone says, listening from Rosita White says that she's listening from the UK. Bernadette says, Bernadette Parallel, watching and listening. Mr. Joseph, I want to hear my comment. I tried to look for your comment, Bernadette. I didn't get it. And Rosita White says the value of maintain. Wow. And Paula Bellot, very interesting program. I saw that we had 177. When my eyes flick, 177 people viewing, and I'm sure that with other platforms, because that is just YouTube. We are also on Facebook, so that's Facebook. There's also YouTube with another set of. I'm sure by the end of tonight, we would have seen maybe almost 3,000 people would have looked at this. Jennifer, what a good program it was.
Thank you, Cecil.
And Hartley.
What a great program it was. Thank you, Jennifer, for gracing us with your presence and also with your experience. And I must say your intellect is still there.
And also Maynard Allen Mann said that Angie and I learned a lot from her and you need to invite her a second time. Alvin said, great program. You were awesome, Jennifer. But I expect nothing less. A lot of people needed to take a page from your book. And Carol, your good friend Carol Severa Abraham said, great program tonight. So Jennifer, you did all of your friends proud.
Thank you.
And they continue sending the messages to say what a beautiful program it was. And I really would like to say thank you so very much. Well spoken, calm, soft. The only last question, how many children did you have? How many children do you have?
4.
4.
Names?
One died. One died. Names?
Steve, Jan, Raymond, and Neil.
Okay. All right. Thank you so very much, Jennifer. God bless you. And the last question, will you come back a second time?
It depends. We have to speak about a completely different topic, and it has to do with my experience in the public service and governance.
Wow, I would like to have that interview anytime.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Jennifer.
Thanks, Cecil.
All right, I am for sure. I'm going to be monitoring Jennifer quite a lot in that reference to see how I can get Jennifer onto a program on DBS Radio where she's going to talk about the public officers, public servants. Yes, and that would be a big one. So thank you very much for persons who tuned in. Jared Benjamin, he said, great topic, well done. All right, and your last words?
No, I've said my last words.
Oh, you have said your last words. Okay. Well, let's take a small break and then we'll come back to Jennifer. Well, not to Jennifer, but we'll come back to our discussion.
Just make a few comments before
we go. Yeah. And let's take a little music and then we will definitely find ourselves doing something different. Let's take this.
Friend,
we can
not
now
your
accommodate
enemy.
unlimited
Wear it.
online radio listeners
It may just
on all our
save your
official
life.
locations. DBS Radio website at www.dbcradio.net
on radio.com.
Motorcycle riders.
online
A helmet
radiobox.com,
is your friend,
and tuning
not your
desktop
enemy.
and mobile
Wear it.
platforms of DBS
It may
Radio
just
with over
save your life.
38,000
A
subscribers
message
and
from the
growing.
Commonwealth
Be
of
sure to
Dominica
follow
Police
us on our
Force
social media
and this
platforms
station.
such as our official Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. DBS Radio, the nation station.
Accidents are a fact of life, but traffic accidents can be prevented with a sober mind. Please, don't drink and drive. A message from the Dominica Emergency Medical Technicians Association and this station.
In a world filled with mobile phones, tablets, and computers, one may ask, why radio? DBS Radio has the answer. For 50 years, we've got it right. DBS Radio reaches so many people, and that link with our online presence seals the deal. DBS Radio informs, educates, and entertains. We are a trusted source. We build community. We go beyond electricity. We go beyond mobile signal. We go beyond literacy. We are DBS Radio, a ray of hope in challenging times.
Good morning, thank you, excuse me, and I'm sorry. Simple acts of courtesy help make our world a much better place.
A message from the National Cultural Council and DBS Radio.
That's why I start to build my nation.
Find peaceful ways to resolve any differences of someone else. Do not resort to violent acts. Violence only leads to trouble.
A message from DBS Radio and the National Cultural Council.
I got to build my nation. We got to build your nation. We got to build this nation. That's why I start to build my nation.
Okay, Dominica, you don't know this is the rude boy idea to the first in it back. Hear me now. DBS rocking, just like that. I, DBS blinging, just like that. You don't know everybody that listen to DBS radio, just like that.
DBS Radio has now upgraded its online internet radio. We can now accommodate unlimited online radio listeners on all our official locations. DBS Radio website at www.dbcradio.net, on radio.garden, on onlineradiobox.com, and tuning desktop and mobile platforms of DBS Radio with over 38,000 subscribers and growing. Be sure to follow us on our social media platforms such as our official Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. DBS Radio, the nation station.
Motorcycle riders. A helmet is your friend, not your enemy. Wear it. It may just save your life. A message from the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force and this station.
Accidents are a fact of life, but traffic accidents can be prevented with a sober mind. Please, don't drink and drive. A message from the Dominica Emergency Medical Technicians Association and this station.
In a world filled with mobile phones, tablets, and computers, one may ask, why radio? DBS Radio has the answer. For 50 years, we've got it right. DBS Radio reaches so many people, and that link with our online presence seals the deal. DBS Radio informs, educates, and entertains. We are a trusted source. We build community. We go beyond electricity. We go beyond mobile signal. We go beyond literacy. We are DBS Radio, a ray of hope in challenging times.
Well, Atley, we are back, the two of us. What a beautiful program it was with Jennifer Tavernier Astaphan.
Right, very interesting. It shows the commitment to service and love for your country. That's the lesson we learn from the Lakou, you know. When you're a man from the Lakou and you find yourself in certain positions, you bring your experience to bear in your life. Bringing, yeah, because you must understand that the Lakou is the foundation for your future. So even if you're born in a particular direction, as you can see, she come from Kulibistri, Monwachet, and when you know Monwachet is on the hill, right? And then when you come to live with a family member of yours, and then she disciplines you, and you go to school, you learn, and you discipline yourself. See what you can achieve. I mean, from a humble teacher all the way to become a top notch in the public service and get involved in different forms of reform in the public service. That's very good.
Oh yes, and from her experience, what she has been able to accomplish is big.
Tremendous. Because one of the things of a public officer is to serve whoever the government is. As a public officer, you serve the public. So no matter who it is that's in governance, you serve the country. Because your main aim is to improve the quality of life of your population. So as a public officer, you're committed to serving the public. So that's what you do. And as she said, she spanned several administrations. And you could see one of the attitudes was that, well, one person say, I don't want you. And you can see the strata. Mm-hmm. That's a very important thing. Eh? Mm-hmm. Strata means levels. So when you're at a particular level of the ministry floor, it shows a certain level of, your position. So if you're at the bottom level, it's a clear indication as a permanent secretary down there, you have not attained a certain level because you're coming from a level 4 to be brought back down to level 1.
I tell you, again, she came from England, studied law, and it was felt the best place to be in the legal department to really help in the development of the public service. Right. But some person felt,
I don't want to work with you.
I do not want to work with you. I do not need you.
I don't need you. Although she had an instrument.
And you heard what she said, that the permanent secretary actually is one of the positions that you get from the politician. Made it a political position, and she pricked no bones to say it, and she was able to say that Earl Williams, he called him by name,
yes,
and said that he was able to accept her. And there are times that many times that they did not agree on a number of matters, but her job is to guide.
And that's the thing about the system that we're living in. You're a permanent secretary under the American system. When a president comes in, he brings his team. Mm-hmm. In the Westminster system, the prime minister, whoever he is, cannot just bring a permanent secretary. If the permanent secretary has already been appointed permanent secretary, what you can do is just transfer the person, mm-hmm. but the person still remains the permanent secretary. So if you appoint a permanent secretary under one administration, the person continues in that role, mm-hmm. as the permanent secretary. So you see your position now. Even if you were politically appointed by me, Cecil, and I lose election, and another person coming, you're still the permanent secretary.
Yes, the British system is totally different. The Westminster system is different from the federal system. Someone said that the value of knowledge, experience, and articulated. We need a mentoring and coaching system to facilitate new graduates to navigate office and professional career. What do you think about that?
Oh, tremendous. Mentoring is a very important focal point, because when you mentor somebody, you're in fact getting them ready for the position. So that's why we normally don't have a period of mentoring or stewardship, which is critical in whether it's in the private sector or in the public sector. Mentoring is a big thing, in administration or what we call personnel, because you are training personnel. As you notice, he said, I trained a number of midwives as a nurse, senior nurse. So you train people. Your job there now as the manager of DBS is to mentor, so that when you leave, that somebody else can continue.
So you call that succession plan.
Oh, succession planning.
And sometimes, when you speak to your supervisors or the second tier of management about succession plan, they tend to get scared about it because they have the view sometimes that we're preparing someone to take their job.
No, it's not preparing anybody to take your job. It's just preparing you in case you're called upon to perform the role. And many a times when I was a principal, I was mentored into the position. So we went on training and somebody was mentoring us. In that case, it was Mr. Sebastian, Mr. Wilfred Sebastian. So we're being mentored so that one day you can take on the position. So in the public service, there is a great period of mentoring. Now, she made a
should mentoring come from a human resource, or should it come from management?
Well, it's human resource development. The manager is critical in putting things together to assist the organization in a process of mentoring. And so everybody has to come. Because when I became a young teacher, I was being mentored by my principal, who monitors my lesson planning. Now, what has happened now? There are a team of supervisors now, or departmental heads, who are responsible. Head of science department, he mentors or she mentors you in that field, or mathematics, or social studies. So within the structure now, there are different positions created now. Not only the principal, maybe a vice principal, depending on the size of the school, or the administration in which you work.
Someone just said that the idea that Jennifer pitch need to be taken up with her and another guest or two to discuss that topic, governance and the public service.
Well, governance and the public service is a very important thing. Governance means looking after or managing. You're governing here, So governance, you are the manager of that institution, and you must govern it properly. If you don't govern it properly, then there's a lot of dissatisfaction with your governance. So what has to happen is that people have to feel that they are part of the decision making, although finally the decision is left with you.
And the thing about it though sometimes too, that even when you get people to be a part of, they tend to think that they are part of, but you already have your intention to implement. So why do you get me involved?
No. The process of getting people involved is to let them know that you're not doing it by yourself alone. Because in the final analysis, decision making lies with you. As I always say, when the organization fails, you that do it, When the organization succeeds, they that do it, Yes, there's teamwork, but the burden of decision making in the final analysis, you must make the decision. Because if you procrastinate about the decision, then the organization falters,
So you can say that the top is lonely.
Yes, it's a lonely position to be a manager, Because you go to your bed and the decision you have not made, and you must make the decision. And don't leave the decision hanging.
And if you procrastinate?
Well, procrastinate is a thief of time. Because if you don't make the decision, you delay the process, and a lot of chaos can take place within the organization.
And also, why do you think that sometimes when managers are aggressive to ensure that the kind of result that is required, that the subordinates think differently?
Well, let me come here. There are different types of management. There's a laissez-faire manager, and you may have to exercise that at certain times. You see certain things happening in the organization, you just leave it, Not that you don't know, It's occurring. but just to allow the organization to function. Then there is the democratic, where you discuss, or what we call consultative management. But then, don't forget also, there's the autocratic business, where you must make the decision. Whether the people like it or not, the decision has to be made. And you must make the decision. So there are different levels that you can operate with as a manager. So that business about governance is not just an easy topic. You know, some people just speak about governance. Governance. What is that?
But in governance, you know, you have to empower the workers. But many times when you empower the workers, I don't think they. So I said that you have to also understand that you have to empower the workers. But many times when you empower the workers, they tend not to have a clear understanding as to where you're going with your empowerment to them. What do you do then?
No. The thing about it, once they understand within the organizational structure, what is the mission? What's the vision? What's the goals of the organization? What are the aims of the organization? And they must understand that we have certain goals that we need to achieve.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, along the way we do evaluation. Summative evaluation is critical, right? But formative evaluation is also important. What is that?
Go ahead.
Formative evaluation is evaluation you do along the way. But the summative evaluation is what you do at the end.
Mm-hmm.
But the organization always has to be evaluating itself. In the absence of evaluation, there's chaos. What has taken place? What did we do? So it's very important to measure where the organization is at every particular stage of the operations.
And the measurement has to be basically very scientific. It's not just saying that you're going to evaluate and you take sides. You have to measure it in such a way that you can see the institution sustainable.
It's not that you like the person, you know. People must understand that in the organization, it's not about liking you, know. It's about your performance. That's why you have the performance appraisal. It's not you like a man. Even if you like the man and the man is not doing his work, or because, but he supports us politically, but he vote for us. So he goes in the organization, and because he voted for you, he's not performing. But if he voted for you, or he likes you within the organization, then you have to earn the likeness, you know. You just don't come to work when you want, how you want, as you want. Time is important. Planning is important. So all this, when you hear people talk governance, what is that? What is governance? So I always say governance, nice word, theoretically. But how do we implement it practically? What do we mean by that?
I think, though, too, Brain, that as Jennifer was saying earlier on, in reference of people doing things or saying things from emotion and not looking at the law and understanding facts.
Well, that's what I mean. Because there is a law, and you have to obey the law. What does it say? But if you just wake up in the morning and you dismiss a man, and you don't understand why you dismiss him, he has a right to challenge you. Because you may be dismissing him because of your emotion, but you did not follow the law. Because if he takes you to court, then you might find yourself having to pay a large sum for getting rid of him without knowing why. So that business of governance, I like the word, but we don't have it in small island states, you know.
And I think the reason for that, though, is many people have found themselves being employed and as the employee, and they don't, many a times, they don't make any read up in reference to they as an employee. Mm-hmm. Many employees that you would speak with do not know what is the governance that they are governed by. Mm-hmm. Many employees do not know what the rules and regulations are that they can stand by with. And so you would find that where an employer takes advantage on an employee is because that employee has no understanding of his employment.
But let me tell you one of the things that, short discussion, what destroys a lot of organization, fraternizing. If you're manager of the organization and there's a beautiful lady there you're watching, and you want to have sex with that lady, she's not professional about her work, then you put yourself in great danger, because she will think that she can control the organization because of the sexual favor she gives to you. She wants to come when she wants. She wants to talk to you how she wants. She wants to behave in a particular manner, and everybody observing her. And everybody say, well, you're allowing her to do that because you're having some good time with her. And now she's going to mash up the organization for you. So you have to be careful about how you conduct yourself as a manager within the organization. There are now a lot of people destroy the organization because of their behavior in the organization. So it's a very serious thing. So I hear man talking about governance. But governance does not allow you to take advantage of your worker simply because you feel you're a boss. You must weigh those things. So when I hear that within small island states, the brain always look twice. What do they really mean? So I hear a guy calling or lady calling for governance, and I hear Jennifer say she will want to talk about that. But we have to be very careful with that word. For me, these are my thoughts on governance, because in small island states, everybody know one another. Everybody has a family, So you have to be careful about those things. You must know what you're talking about, because the organization requires us to be at a certain stage, and we must get there. Because at the end of the day, they're going to evaluate you. So they'll say, oh boy, Mr. Toughway. But no, you're tough because the organization requires success. And you have to bring it to them. If you bring disappointment, your head, that's going to pay for that. I can guarantee you that. So I like the topic, governance.
I think Jennifer made it very clear that for her to come back.
Your mic's not on.
Jennifer was making it very clear that for her to return, she needs to speak on the issue of governance and the public service.
Well, that's a big topic. But I would say governance both in the public and private sector.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is very important. Because remember, without a private sector, there's not a public sector.
Mm-hmm. Vice versa.
So both of them are very close to each other, because the public sector must sometimes guide the way for the private sector, although they are private.
Mm-hmm.
But this is important.
But we see though much more discipline in the private sector over that of the public sector. It has been said that in the public sector that people cannot be fired, people cannot be disciplined, because there are so many machinations, there are so many organizations that must be consulted, must be involved before you are to take action. How true is that?
True to an extent, because in the public sector, people think they have a contract for life, But in the private sector, the man has his company, he can get rid of you. Or once he follows the law. But it's very difficult in the public sector to get rid of you like that, especially if you're appointed.
Very difficult?
Yeah. When you're appointed, it's very, very difficult. You have to go through a series of processes.
So what's the difference in the terms of condition for work from a private sector to a public sector, to the public sector?
Well, in the private sector, the man owns his company. In the public sector, you are being controlled by the politicians.
No, but what about governance? What about the rule of law?
The rule of law.
Uh-huh. Isn't the rule of law for the public service the same rule of law for the private?
Not necessarily.
Sector?
Not necessarily, because if I have my private company, and probably you have the law that, look, I can give you 2 weeks notice, would you pay?
No, but to give me 2 weeks notice to fire me, to make me redundant, to do what? To lay me off?
To lay you off. Is it, that's another thing I want to ask Jennifer. You know, in the public sector, some people just take 2 days off. Because, you know, they say it's their right.
So repeat yourself.
Under general orders, you're entitled to 2 days.
Mm-hmm. That's the public service.
That's a public service.
Yeah, I want us to be very clear. Yeah.
That's a public service. So if a person, you work in the person again, hey, after 2 days you present your medical certificate.
Oh, that's what he's talking about.
That's
because
what he's talking about.
Okay, because I know the law says that everyone must work 40 hours a week and given 1 day off.
But
right.
But you know, in the government service, and somebody can call. In the public service, you can take 2 days off, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But you must send your medical paper on the 3rd day.
Mm-hmm.
I want somebody to say no. General orders, you know. So, has general orders been reviewed? Are we still operating? Well, I want to ask Jennifer that question. Are we still operating under the old general orders, or do we have a new one?
I would like to know that, because that's why I asked her the question in reference to the female when she gets pregnant. Can she be still fired today?
No, general orders was reviewed in that you can be a woman working into public service and get pregnant and not be fired.
So I'm saying, was that reviewed?
Yeah, that was reviewed.
And so that has been amended?
That has been amended.
So you can... I just wanted to know, because there's something that might be in the book still, and...
That has been amended.
Mm-hmm.
That's not on the book. That once you are pregnant,
mm-hmm.
you're a public officer, you can continue to work.
Mm-hmm.
In the old days, I knew before I became a teacher that once a teacher becomes pregnant, you're out.
You know the other thing, as you made mention about the 2 days in reference to the you being ill. Well, that's for every employee, whether you're private, whether you're public, you have to indicate. But you know, and I remember some time ago, some years now, that the Dominica Employment Federation made mention that in reference to sick leave, it's very high in terms of dealing with the expenses of any institution, and that today you find that if an employee feels that he or she doesn't want to go to work, he'll stay home, or she will stay home, call the employer and say that I'm sick, and you have to accept that, because it is said that you cannot challenge someone who is sick. And then by a second time, and within coming to the 3rd day, they would have to send you a medical.
Well, let's say for instance, for the purpose, do nothing. Well, anybody can take you to court for doing nothing, because you know what they're using? The 2 days sick leave, where you can stay out of work, but you can't fire the person. So there's a loophole, you know. There is a loophole. So when you hear people say, do nothing, don't believe they just say it like that, you know. There is a legal framework for saying that, because of general orders. So they studied it. So you just don't come and say, why them fellas just say, do nothing, and we can just fire them. No, my brother. There was a basis for saying that. They looked at the old general orders.
What would be the basis?
The general orders.
What would the general orders say about that?
Well, even if I come there and I do nothing, I can just write, but you can't fire me. Try and fire me.
But can you not be evaluated in terms of your output? So even if you're talking about do nothing, and you come and you sit on your table pretending that you're working, at the end of the day, at the end of the week, you're not evaluated in terms of duties that you have to perform.
Who monitors me?
Who monitors? No, but then if you're given tasks to perform, you should be able to be.
But you must be able to monitor me to know what I'm doing. Do you know what I'm doing? Or do you know what I have to do?
But I don't have to be monitoring you. What do you mean by monitor? First, I should ask you.
To make sure that the task you gave me, I complete it within the specific
so
time.
how is that monitoring system performs? It's performing, sorry.
Well, it's the supervisor that must look at you.
Look at you or
evaluate you. Looking at you and seeing, because you can be, you're writing, you know. But how you know I'm not, do you know I'm doing my work? How do you know?
Well, there should be a system to determine.
There should be.
Or there is a system to determine, because at the end of the day, there is an appraisal system. And from that appraisal system, especially, as I always say to employers, that whenever, and I'm not talking about the workers, I'm talking about the employer, that whenever someone is not doing what is required of him or her to do, that they should be written to. So when you're doing the evaluation of that particular staff, that you can make reference. Sometimes no one wants to put the bad things that you do. No one wants to say how absent that you have been. No one wants to say how incompetent that you are. No one would like to say that we're not getting the end result that is required from you. And when the evaluation is done, they want to give you a ceiling point.
But I can challenge you, because if you never wrote to me,
that's what I'm saying.
But you know, some supervisors don't write.
Yes.
So when you say it verbally and you didn't write it, what do you really mean? Did you talk to me?
No. So which means that you cannot know, when the person appraisal comes, you cannot write to that person or to put on that person appraisal form that you have not been doing.
No.
The person has to ask you, well, can you present
to me the evidence? When did you write?
And when I go into the file, and
the personal file,
that person can go into their personal file.
Yeah.
That person can ask you for my personal file.
They have a right.
Let us go through the personal file to see what you're saying, if it's factual.
Right.
So a lot of employers are lacking that skill, that whenever an employee does something that you're not satisfied with, you have to give them that caution, that warning. Based on the gravity of that action that person made, you have a right to write. Because many times employees, the workers, do not like letters to the files, or they do not like to be written. So it's important that you document. So when you're making that appraisal, that it will be seen, it will be understood by the employee.
That you had documentation, which is evidence, because you heard what Jennifer said. There is a law. There's a law. There are public laws that you must, make mention of. And one of them is by writing to let the person know that I have warned you already. I'm warning you again. And therefore, when I go to your file, is there. Then the person can respond to it. So there is a two-way communication.
And that's why I always try to when I have conversation with supervisors, I try to make them know that they should be familiar with 8902, 8903, 8904, and 8905. All of these things deal with industrial relation. And once they come to understand what the rules and regulations are, they are able to, for instance, a lot of people are not aware in reference to temporary workers. If you work less than 1,760 hours in any given year, you are supposed to be considered as a temporary worker. Some persons are not aware of that. Some employers are not aware of that. So some of those things have to help to guide us. And it says that if you work less than that amount of hours, that there's a system to calculate your vacation. So that doesn't say that because you're a temporary worker that you cannot be given vacation. There is a formula that is indicated in reference to your annual salary, what you receive. I think something like 4% of your annual salary that you would have received as your pay or for your holiday.
But the public officer joining the public service, does he know that? Does she know that? Does she know what her rights are and what her rights are not? Do they know? Who notifies them about what is they're entitled to and what they're not entitled to? Who does that? Do they know?
Well, for instance, when a person is employed, especially when that person becomes permanent, because remember you have a period of probation. The public service gives you news. I mean, the law is very clear. The law says 6 months, but I do not know the governance of the of the public service. So the law says 6 months, but the public service gives you 5 years, 10 years, 6 years, 7 years, 9 years, 10 years, whatever the circumstances. With a private sector, the private sector would have to keep to that rule after 6 months, because it is stated that after 6 months, even if you're not written to, it is known that you're appointed.
The contract.
It's known that you're appointed.
You know,
right.
after 6 months.
Right.
After 6 months,
you have to be appointed.
Right. Now, let us go to the public service. How long must a person remain acting in the public service before they get appointed? Do we know?
No. People are not even aware of that. Some people stay in an acting position. I've known people who have acted for 4 or 5 years.
But some people have acted for more than 10 years.
And is it because they are in a vacant position, or is it because the person that they are sitting in for is on secondment or on study leave?
Well, you see, that is why I raised that issue with you. They need to know.
Mm-hmm.
But how can you have me acting for 10 years?
Because you see, what that does, some people may not understand. If you, let's take for instance, you're in the public service, and the public service retirement is 60. And if you retire at the age of 60, sorry, if you have to retire at the age of 60, and you're given an acting position and you're in an acting position for 10 years, you know that you're only getting your benefits on your substantive position, not on your acting position.
So there, therefore, is a level of discrimination.
So that is why I think that the unions have to know, and these are things that the unions have to start to talk about. For me, they're talking about futile discussions. They're not talking about the things that the employee or their members should be aware of. So you have some people who are in acting positions, and it affects their retirement benefits. Mm-hmm. You know,
so haven't you not discriminated against them for having them 15 years?
I don't know if it's discrimination.
No, I'm just saying that. I'm just showing it
discrimination.
I can't say discrimination. How can you have an officer, if the officer is performing his or her duty over 15 years effectively, and at the end of their tenure, they lose that 15 years?
But yes, because they are actually sitting in for somebody who might be seconded. They might be acting for someone who might be on study leave, but also too they might be in a vacant position. But what do they do? How does the union, how does the permanent secretary ensures that that person after a period of time is given that appointment?
So why do you want to use the word vacant and punish me? To me, I'm just saying that. I'm just saying I'm in a vacant position. Oh, Mr. Adams, go there, you're in vacant position. Go there, you're in a vacant position. So, I'm getting old. I'm going to lose all my benefits, and all you're telling me is vacant.
So I will tell you what happens is many people feel comfortable for receiving an acting position or acting allowance or acting salaries, but as to whether they are aware that in that vacant position that they are in and they are acting, whether when they retire, what will be their benefits worked on. So we want to know if their gratuity will be worked on their present age, or will it be worked on the present age with their acting position,
well, Jennifer,
or will it be the one where they will be receiving the acting
well, that's why I want Jennifer to come now. Jennifer, you're hearing us. You're the one that studied the law. We want you to come and tell us about that, because that's the only way I'm going to listen to you. With this governance you're coming with now to tell the public, I want to know what happens to an individual who has been acting in a position which they say is vacant for 15 years. So I hope also in the public reform, I know that Greta Roberts and them have been talking about appointments of persons who have been there for a while, and quite a number of them have been appointed. But I want to know whether it's going to be accelerated. I want to know, because otherwise the young people will feel discouraged to work within the public services. They feel they're going to be working. That's my view. That if they're going to be working in a position for 20 years and not be appointed.
And see, the other thing about it is too, Brain, that there is the responsibility of the employer, and there's also the responsibility of the employee. I think they can get that in 8905. I'm not so sure what section, and they can actually go there and to read what are their responsibilities and what is the employer responsibility, so they have a better understanding. That is what is required. Because I'll tell you, I remembered some time ago that some institution used to make people redundant. And a lot of employees do not understand by what is redundancy.
You make me laugh, Cecil.
No, they do not know what is redundancy.
What is redundancy?
And people tend to think that when you are made redundant, that yes, they fire you.
You finish bad.
Yes, they fire you. But when the option of work is to come, you are supposed to be given the first option. And not only that, that when you make a position redundant, it means there that the duties that you are performing is no more needed. So what the employer,
that's a big one, boy.
What the employer does most times when they want to make redundancy, they create what is called multitasking. Ooh. So they remove your duties, because when you say redundant, it means that there's no need for redundancy. Means there's not for you the position, the duties of the position.
But I thought when you say I am redundant, that you meant I am.
No,
I never know.
No, the individual who holds the position of let's take for instance accountant. I'm not using a crazy one. Let's say accountant, and I'm the accountant of the institution, and the institution feels that there's no need
for another accountant.
For an accountant is a weird one. Let's see accountant clerk.
Okay, good.
All right. There's no need for the accountant clerk. The institution will make you redundant. I don't want to use the word fire because you have not been fired. You have made redundant. There's a structure in which they pay you if you work by fortnight, if you work by month, and so on. So there's a structure that you have been paid. Social Security, the employer has to be paying redundancy fee, I think, to the Social Security, and so these people are removed from the position, or they are terminated. I don't use the word fire. They are terminated from the position by virtue of redundancy, by virtue of the fact that they do not need someone to do. We talk about payables. We do not need someone to pay salaries. We do not need someone to look at trade paying traders,
right?
And so there's no need for that, because now there is MoneyGram. Not MoneyGram. There is now Mlaja, and there is more banking. So there's no need now. I can just send the money to the bank, and so I can make your position redundant because there's no need for that. The company will get its money because you are. I hope I'm not giving any businessman any idea, but the fact that there is more banking, I can now, as an employee, receive from the receivable officer, receive an invoice, and that invoice will go to the customer, to the client of that company, and the client now can say, you know what, I'll pay through more banking. So the money goes straight to the bank sends an information via soft copy, via internet, via email address, and would say to you that we have paid X amount. So the institution now will say, you know what, we do not need you anymore because you were just doing that part of the work. We do not need you anymore. And
boy,
by virtue of that,
look things, boy.
By virtue of that, I can make you redundant.
But
then, yeah, go ahead.
But that is why I keep saying to young people that you need to read. You need to be aware where you work, the rules and regulations that governs you, some of the things that may be happening in the future, So you multitask, as you said. So you make yourself not only in one dimension, but in several dimensions. So if you're not there, you can fit in another part of the institution because you have done something that you never thought you would use. So in other words, don't just train yourself in one area, but be multitask for the new world, because I see that coming. You have to be flexible. The word I'm using there is flexible, and you have to be manageable. You must manage yourself. Don't only stay in a fixed position. So you have to be changing. As you notice in the Lakou, Jennifer changed several times. A teacher, a nurse, a lawyer, a consultant. So she was able to fit in several different roles as she progressed in her life. That's what we need in a modern society, whereby people can multitask.
I just want to inform Bernadette Parolo, I did not bypass your information. I'm very honest about that. I did not. I scrolled right up to my thing. I did not see it. That doesn't mean that you did not send it. So do not see that Cecil. She said that, but Cecil said he did not get it, but knowing him, so he bypassed it. I don't know what the comment is, and that's the problem with people. Right. Jennifer said it earlier on. Do not do things on emotions.
Right. She must send you
get the facts. So she should have sent it again, and I'd have brought it out, sent it across to.
You see what is important?
Right.
Communication. So you didn't get it.
So I could have not read the statement that the person said. I was very open, and I said, Bernadette, you said that I did not read your comment. Because I did not see it. So all you have to do, and after I said that, just send the comments to me.
Again, right.
Just send again.
Right.
You just want to really label me.
Well, Jennifer, let me use a simple word for you. You have to be resilient. That is, if you did not get the answer the first time, don't just stop. Send it again. Send it again. So in other words, it's being resilient. And as public officers and private individuals within the organization, we have to be resilient.
Yes.
Because without being resilient in the modern changing world, you become absolute. In other words...
And that's important, Even presently, people tend to think that a job is an entitlement.
No.
Once you enter into the job, that you are entitled to work. And no rules, no regulations... can judge you, and it's not fair to any organization.
But when you're in the organization, it is important that you keep training yourself, keep reading. When there are opportunities, workshops, attend them, because some people don't like to go to training workshops. Don't say, "Oh, my training is useless." No, you never know when you will need that. As you noticed, Jennifer was able to tell us that she was able to use some of it she learned from the Lakou in her later life experiences, especially when she was down there in England. So in other words, you always have to be ahead of your time.
This week I had a discussion with some young people, and I was saying to them that they need to safeguard themselves in reference to artificial intelligence, and they are of the view that will not reach in Dominica. I was taken aback when I heard one of the young people said that AI would not reach in Dominica, and I tried to make them understand we already have the artificial intelligence working for us. So, for instance, taking my debit card and going to the bank instead of going to the teller, it's artificial intelligence that is actually working. Just enter a number, my code, and I get the money that I require. That is already. So where there would have been 10 tellers, today you see the bank with 5 tellers, and we have seen outside of just using cards, we have seen quite a number of things. more banking is already artificial intelligence. And I made the comparison about, a person who is actually working as a payables officer. If tomorrow morning all of the payables work is done by an AI or by artificial intelligence, it is going to put worries, because one of these days I was listening to a documentary, and it said that over 250,000 people have already lost their jobs in the last 2 years by AI.
Well, AI is a very, very, very interesting thing, but also very dangerous to me, in that it can restrict your thinking. Because right now, you can go on the computer. I saw a guy had it. He's dead now, but he had it, the program, where he just sends everything into the computer. He's writing a book, or he's written a book, and he pushes everything inside the computer. And the computer gives him everything back with proper structure, English, everything. Well done. It formulates everything for him. And not only that, what I saw him do with the computer is that the computer, after it corrected everything, he have a program and the computer talk to him.
As a matter of fact, as we speak, it's a while now, television ads. Some of us tend to think it's people, real people. But no, that is AI work. At television ads with people animating, talking.
Right, because I saw the thing.
As a matter of fact, I
couldn't believe it. I said, "What is the computer talking?" He said,
"Yes,
it's talking to me now."
No, not
it's
only that,
it.
they are now talking to each other.
And they're talking to each other.
They're now talking to each other, and that is something that we in the Caribbean have to start working on, because there are several areas in which employers are going to find ways and means to save and to accumulate more wealth. Because let's look at it in the real world.
But before you go there, let me give you a joke. You now can go at your home and run this radio station and on your phone.
Yes.
You don't have to be here. So people tend to think the man is inside the studio. The man is not in the studio. And where I saw it was in Cairo FM. The man is not in the studio.
I'm telling you, my technician,
he can stay
my
there.
technician can stay home
and control
my Facebook. As a matter of fact, there are many times, when he decides that he doesn't want to come to the station, and so if it's raining, he stays home and does everything
from his home. And nobody's in the studio. So it's AI running it.
So that's the work of AI.
All your systems are being controlled by a man who is not in the studio.
By a man who is not in the studio. And we have to come to grips now. As I was saying earlier on, you have an employer, and government is also an employer, who now have to look at how to cut back fuel, who now has to find out how he has to cut back electricity, who now has to understand in reference to gratuity, some places pension, who has to look at benefits, who has to look at increase in salaries. But you know what? If you have the AI, and that is what is happening in the first world, by the use of this artificial intelligence, all they require to do is just to get technicians. But they will find themselves having to talk about increments, increase in salary, benefits to staff, because many times when people hear that you have received a 3% in salary or 2% increase in salary, they tend to think it's just 2%. That is why when you go on the negotiating table, the people who are doing the negotiation they have a lot of other things that they have to look at. And one of the things that they look at is social security, because anytime you increase someone's salary, you have to also increase the value of the social security. So don't think that yesterday I was paying, let's say, $25 for Social Security, and I've gotten an increase of 3%. To tell me that I'm still going to pay that same $25. No, it's going to be 3% on that $25. So many times when you have found yourself given increase in salaries, there are so many other things. Like, for instance, if you have gratuity will also increase. People have to understand that if you have gratuity will also increase, because you find after 10 years, persons who are working in an institution, after 10 years, a system is developed to pay gratuity. But how does the employer generates that money to provide people for that gratuity? And I can understand government in the early days, I think, when gratuity was stopped.
I can't remember the year.
That was a long time ago.
I don't remember.
Yeah, that was, I think, was it Patrick? 76?
75,
76.
Yeah.
I understand, and I can only know, as a person in management, come to understand why governments would have terminated the issue or the idea of gratuity. And, as I said, that you have this constant negotiation of increasing salaries every 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's called triennium.
Mm-hmm.
Every 3 years. That the increase in salary is given. When that is given, gratuity itself is increased. At the time it was Provident Fund.
Mm-hmm.
Provident Fund will also increase. Now there's no gratuity, so gratuity is finished. So you have, when they negotiate, and the union has to help people to have a greater or better understanding as to what is a negotiation.
Well, let me tell you what's happening. Yeah, in terms of that aspect of it. But when I was in Europe Mediterranean studying, what they did was that to increase the age of retirement.
Yes,
so in other words, if the age of retirement at the time was 55 years,
that's gone to 60.
In Europe,
65.
The age of retirement when I was in Malta went up to 70 years.
Yes, 70.
So that was people now were spending more time working.
And not only that, you can also choose to retire at an earlier age.
They give you options.
They give an option. And once you take that option, you will find yourself not given all the necessary social security that's supposed to be given to you. So if you're supposed to get, I'm just using a figure again, if you're supposed to get, let's say $2,000 at the end of your retirement per month, they might say to you, if you take it at an earlier stage of your life before retirement, 10% will be moved from your $2,000.
Right.
And that is why you think that has been done.
Well, to save.
That's the idea.
Cost saving measures. Mm-hmm. But here is what Jennifer told us. She said, my salary, our salary, when we negotiated, you could get land.
Yes.
So land became part of your asset. Can you remember your salary is your property?
Yes.
So you got property not in terms of cash,
but in terms of assets.
But you get property in terms of assets. Mm-hmm. So you decide which one you want. Mm-hmm. You remember the great issue of debenture bonds?
Yes.
Or some
that was in 79.
You take debenture bonds.
Yeah, debenture bonds.
And after period,
and
you can trade it off.
It shouldn't be debenture bonds. It's supposed to be bonds. Debentures, because they are both the same. It's repetitious. It's either you say debenture,
but civil servants say, but here what they want to give us, debenture bonds. Mm-hmm. So debenture bonds become a kind of word that people got frightened of.
Yeah, they hate it.
They hated the word. Once you mention debenture bonds, civil servants
they never understood the value of it.
So in other words, you see why. And I like the discussion in terms of public service reform, because some fellas were in that. Certain friends of yours were in that debenture bond business, and man get frightened about that because they say you're trying to take their money. So you have to be careful. But Cecil, finally, I want to just go back a little bit quickly in terms of the artificial intelligence. Man not flying plane again.
No, man not flying. Man not driving bus.
Man throwing drones behind you.
And no, man not driving bus again. Man not driving car again. Taxis in the United States, we are seeing where robots are actually driving.
Right. But even now in modern warfare, a man can just send a drone behind you. So in other words, you don't have to lose a pilot. He said he overwhelmed your defenses by sending 500 drones behind you.
I think when they got Saddam Hussein, not Saddam Hussein, sorry, this guy, Bin Laden, it wasn't for a drone, work of a drone?
Well, no, but they survey the area with drones.
With a drone, right. Yeah.
But right now, in modern warfare, and you see it in the war between Ukraine and Russia, man learning the new technology, they're sending drones behind you. So when you're there thinking that you have a tank, and you fired another tank, a drone come and take you.
Like a drone come and take you down.
Because the drone can come into an area and just stay hovering over you until you emerge, and then they come down on you. So modern warfare now is changing, and the whole world will change in terms of this artificial intelligence business. I just wanted to make that.
No, that's important to note. As I said, over 250,000 people have lost their job in the last 2 years because of AI. In the next 2 years again, maybe it will rise up to about 1 million.
Right.
Now, we have to understand in what area or areas in which the artificial intelligence is
will
actually
be
utilized.
But therefore, no, we have to reprogram because some of these drones have to be controlled.
Yes.
So men will have to think of IT in terms of artificial intelligence.
So for instance, let's look at the radio station. You can have AI to come in here and work for you, literally work for you, work from home if they wish. With announcement, because they might not be familiar with the names and the pronunciation, you have to definitely get man, the human being, to do that. The possibility would exist or can exist, but in other facets of the work, I mean, you may not need you don't need a human being to come and do what we are doing here now. You know what I'm saying? We don't. I mean, a human being can be here, and an AI can be right here when you ask the questions. It's now talking to you and ask you the relevant question that's required for the public to be aware. And I'm saying that we as a people, let us not be dumbfounded, but at the same time, let us be very cognizant of the fact that the changing world, and Dominica is not behind in terms of the changing world. Once upon a time, I remembered when going to church that my pastor is now dead, Pastor Sarah, said, one of these days, people will ignore the use of money. People will not be accepting money. And when I heard that pastor said, I said, Mrs. a madman, man. Mr. was money, man. He said it will be a plastic. And I think I had that experience where I was in Miami and I have my bowl of money in my pocket. And the person at the hotel, the receptionist at the hotel, said to me, where's your credit card? I'm like, credit card? I don't have that. So I'm sorry, we don't accept cash. I'm like, you don't accept cash? He said, no money. And immediately I thought of Pastor Mozart. And it says quite a lot about who we are as a people. Right now you have what is called smartphones and smart televisions. You sleep in there, the television knows that you're sleeping, it goes off. You know, clapping, the television comes on. You know, saying that Alexia, can you get me YouTube? In 1 minute, I'll get you YouTube. You're onto YouTube.
But you know the biggest one too? A fella right now in the United States, he have his house at Bobois like you. He can stay in the United States.
And there is house.
Right now.
What you have it. And what
you have it. Every time I see you watching your phone,
yes,
your house you're paying.
Yes, you have to watch your house.
Because right now you can stay right in the studio and find out.
Yes, just go in my phone.
Go in your phone. Who came at my home now?
And I can see all who pass at my house.
Oh, and in your bedrooms you can see too.
Of course.
Because here a joke. I went to Goodwill by a certain lady, and somebody tell me she not there. You know, she in New York. Guess what? The woman, all of a sudden, the woman have her camera, and she tell me, "Brain, I seen you." You know. I said, "You see me?" And she talked to me.
Yes, yes.
And she in the States.
You can now take your phone and to say, Brain, what you doing by my house
What
now?
you doing by my house now?
And you can talk with me.
And you talk, and I talking with you.
And not only that, Brain, you can stay in the States and regulate your fridge at your home.
Don't tell me.
I tell you, you can stay in the States and
regulate your fridge
at your home.
We born Maui.
That's what you're talking about. You can lock your door from the States. If you're in the States and you forget, you can lock your door through your phone.
Lock your door?
Lock your door.
If you left it.
Lock your door with your phone.
Well, boy.
So what you telling about artificial intelligence not going to come? It's already here.
My.
It's already here.
My.
When you take a remote, people tend to think it's a remote, but when you take a remote, it's an artificial.
Right. Well, Cecil boy, I must tell you, what a stimulating world we in. But the one fella told us so. Sarah told you so.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was at the sixth form, we read a book,
Mm-hmm.
The Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. And he made mention of the new kind of technology that would be here.
But Brain, let me tell you, this technology is so advanced that now, if a woman is pregnant,
you know if it's a boy or girl?
She can decide. No, you know if it's a boy or girl, you know. She can decide what kind of color eyes she wants her child to have, you know. What the color hair she wants her child to have.
Excuse me.
That's how advanced the world has become.
Well, should we say that we're waiting for the coming?
Well, we
You're
heard,
religious man.
We have read in the Bible, the King James Version, that pestilent times shall come, and it will be saying to us it's the knocking of the second coming of of Christ.
Well, man is driving towards a new thing.
Well,
you know what man is driving towards?
To say there's no God.
No. He wants to create life.
No, but he cannot create man. If it's one thing that God has ensured that man, he said that he'll give man all knowledge, all kind of knowledge, and we are proving it. You are seeing
what he can do, what he will do, Cecil, he already cloning.
But you can clone if you want to, but you can't do flesh.
He already cloning.
No, you can do cloning, but you can't do flesh. You can't do blood.
Well, hang on.
My brother, you cannot do flesh.
Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
So you can go, they put you in nitrogen.
Mm-hmm.
They put you there, they preserve your body for 1,500 years. They have the technology where they can preserve you.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just waiting for the time, well, I hope it never comes, where they can probably, in the next 2,000 years, be able to get you back up.
I'm saying to you.
That's what they're thinking.
That man should know that he cannot and will not be able to create another man.
Well,
God did not give man that permission, and they will never ever get that permission. Okay, they will never get that ingredients
to do it.
To be able to make man. Yes, we are seeing that they're using plastic things that trying to feel
like flesh.
You know what I'm saying? But it will never be the flesh, because that what they're doing cannot rotten back to dust.
Okay.
And so we are very clear about that.
Well, let us.
So what man?
It was a nice discussion.
No,
tonight.
but we still have some more time, my brother. We still have some more time.
Oh yeah, we still have some.
Yes. And so what man trying to do basically is to say there's no God.
Mm-hmm. But here's what man doing. Right now, man is putting iron in your foot.
That's been happening a long time ago.
Yeah. And now he's moved away from the iron and he's putting a kind of plastic. So you won't feel the iron rubbing against your bone.
Mm-hmm.
So because with the iron, if for instance there's electrical lighting and so on, you can get electrocuted.
So that's what I'm saying. God said he gave man knowledge. All right? He gave man knowledge. He gave man that opportunity to be able to put iron, plastic, wood, whatever they want to. But he will not give them that opportunity to have blood, to have deoxygenated blood and oxygenated blood, He will not be able to have that. He will not give man the opportunity to make nails that can grow. He will not give man the opportunity to create the skin so that it will grow old as you're getting older. What they're trying to do now is to make you look younger by giving you certain things. I'm saying God knew that man was going to be so intelligent. That's why when he said to Adam and Eve, see this tree? Do not take of it, because if you take of it, you will know good and evil. And he knew that he would.
Let me give you another thinking to probe you. It is said that man only uses 0.01% of his intelligence. Hear what I'm saying? They say that man has not been able to use all of his IQ. He's only using 0.01% of his intelligence. So what happened to the other 90?
And you believe that? You believe that from man? You believe that from man?
That's what man say.
You believe that from man?
And let me tell you why I'm saying that. We can take the concept further. If a man would say, boy, you know what? I'm going to create something that flies. A piece of iron that's flying up in the sky. Man no longer go to say, Mr. Foreman.
Yeah, what someone said to me. The person is in England. The person said, right now, I can ask Siri or Alexa to call DBS and it will call DBS. Also, I can tell it what I want to say and it will send a message. You hear that? Hear the nice one? I'm on my way to my home. Yeah, you know. On my way to my home. There's no I, sorry. On my way to my home. I usually turn on the heater 15 minutes before I enter the house.
How did he do that?
Now, come on, man. Because has a phone. And she beam to the house. Everything is serial numbers. Beam to the house. Heater comes on. Daddy and mom is not home, but it is on.
Let me throw one at you. I was developing that thought. If you went and you said that you're going to have something flying up in the sky like a bird with human beings in it, you said that to somebody, let's say in 1875. Think of the year 1875. And you're a scientist. And you say you're going to create something that would fly with 500 people in it. And you'd be able to traverse Dominica to London in 7.5 hours. You will be in England for the same day if you have a straight flight.
Yes.
But they will tell you fool. Because the journey from Dominica to England before would take you 14 days and even more. Now you hop on a plane, you go to Antigua, and you reach England in the same day. Think about what will happen. You think man is going to take 7 hours to reach from Dominica to England in the next 30 years? The speed that he will be traveling with will probably cut the distance by half.
Look, someone just said to me, that's how I get DBS on Alexia. So can you imagine?
So can you imagine what technology will do? So because right now you have fellas traveling at more than 3 times the speed of sound. They have not reached the stage of light. But just imagine the speed that man will be able to travel with in the next couple of years if scientists continue on the path there. Because right now, private sector people are now flying rockets into space. Mr. Musk is one of the fellas who have his own private space agency. And he is planning to set up a colony on the moon.
But look now, you can go to the moon in quicker time than you used to do before. You know, it's so amazing. Check.
You know what ultimately man is trying to do? Leave the planet and cultivate life on other planets. You know, he's thinking of probably utilizing the moon as a base for launching rockets further into other planets.
Look.
It's not far-fetched.
Just imagine, you can now traverse on train from England to France.
Under the sea.
Under the sea.
If you told a man that 20 years ago.
No, not 20 years. You tell a man that 45
That's-
years,
we're going to-
60 years ago.
We're going to pass under the sea. You mean the English Channel?
Mm-hmm.
Underwater?
Oh.
That's some foreman, Cecil. You know, the man would think you're gone mad. But that's been done now. So think about it, Cecil. That's why I'm telling you that man has not used all his intelligence yet. Scientists are saying we're only using 0.01% of the intelligence. What happened to the other 99? If he unlocks that, do you know what he can do? Just imagine what will happen to the world in the next 50 years. I may not be there to see it, but the way they're going on, in terms of the technology they're developing, is going at tremendous rapid race. Because long ago, a girl, you come inside your store, you just have your machine, you know. You have to ring that. You remember?
Yes.
And a paper coming up.
Yes.
For you
Facts.
for you to add, if you're in your shop, you have a big thing, that thing big like that, you know, like a monster, you know. Right now, says so. You just go on your little computer.
Someone said
on
to
your
me.
phone.
Someone said to me, we cannot use 100% of our brain power. If we could, we would be able to move objects with our brain.
Just say that again.
We cannot use 100% of our brain. If we could, we would be able to move objects with our brain.
Very interesting.
brain
this one.
power.
But here's two theories that I was reading about, and I found it very strange. Do you know some men are saying that the pyramids that were built in Egypt, the stones that weigh over so many tons, it was not man that craned that up? How to reach that amount of stories high with a block weighing over 1,000 pounds, there was no crane. There was no rope.
Let's see what that person has to say quickly.
So what were they doing?
Let's see what that person someone wants to interact. Good evening to you, caller.
I was just thinking of something my father used to say to me, particularly with regard to the book of Psalms. And Psalm number 8 said, O Lord of God, how majestic is your name throughout the earth. And it goes on to say, when I consider the heavens, the work of your fingers, the moon and the stars, what is man that you are mindful of him? Or the Son of Man that you should visit him? We are living in a beautiful universe. The American human potential specialist Gene Houston says that the universe is in us and we are in the universe. Very long ago, we discovered that we had many states of consciousness. We have a sleep state. Well, we have a wake state. We have a sleep state. We have a dream state. And then, of course, some people came along and said we have a transcendental state. You know what's beautiful about all of this discussion, and it's wonderful to hear you say those things. Just two more thoughts. One on the heavens and the other on the 10% of the human brain. I was speaking with Dr. Swinburne Augustine 2 days ago about the same thing. And it was William James, the American psychologist, who said the way human beings are behaving, it appears to me that they only use 10% of the human brain. The gentleman who wrote How to Win Friends and Influence People, whose name I don't quite remember, he cited William James using that same language. Humans behave as if they only use 10%. a journalist by the name of Lowell, who did a summary of the book, wrote, humans use only 10% of their human brain. And that came down throughout to this generation. Interestingly, Sweetie was telling me, but Stein, the truth of the matter is, while we do a bit more than 10, we certainly do not use all. Just imagine you are aware, brain and cell of a molecule passing through your body. It is unnecessary. You have 86 billion neurons. Dr. Augustine told me right now they have equipment, microscopic, that sees the birth of a neuron and sees the firing of a synapse, or the formation of a synapse between neurons. And synapse neurons fire when people learn. Those are very interesting times. So yes, we use more because we dream. And within dream, we go into states of sleep. Mr. Baladi, Pan-Africanist, God bless him, he used to tell me, Stan, do you know that when we sleep, we are dead? In a very strange way. But a part of us stays alive, the marvelous nature of the creation. One more thought. Earth is not alone in its magnificence. So you find we are all, I am in Stone Mountain, Georgia, you are in Roseau, Dominica, in a studio, and we are all in the sky. It's a beautiful thing. The Greeks tried to put a guy called Atlas to hold up the earth, but they never told us what Atlas was standing on. There are about 80 moons. Just imagine, when I consider the heavens, there are about 80 moons on Jupiter, in and around Jupiter. There is a hurricane that has been blowing on Saturn for decades. It usually blows between 300 and 500 miles per hour. Its eye is 1,000 miles wide. And these are just two planets. So have we really started to learn? Or have we only just begun to learn? Gentlemen, I want to thank you for prompting these thoughts. I think you had a marvelous discussion with an absolutely lovely woman. Have a good night.
Thank you very much, Steinberg. Well, you heard Steinberg made mention of neurons. Well, neurons are, for me, electrically excited cells in the nervous system, for those of you who are trying to wonder what it is. You know?
They're sensory neurons.
Yeah.
And they, in biology, they fire up activity within the central nervous system.
Create
and
that
they
excitement.
activate your brain. So scientists are still working on that. So it's a very interesting discussion. I thought we'd just raise it tonight to just stimulate thought and realize that man is still discovering new things. And so, you know, that's how the world is. Because at one point in time, who would imagine that something can go under the water like a nuclear submarine and never emerge, you know?
Yes. And who would imagine that you
can stay under the water for 3 months without surfacing.
And none of us are dying.
And they downstairs there. Can you imagine what it will be like using the nuclear energy, which they have not even fully enhanced yet? So knowledge is there, man, Cecil. Man.
Yes, and not only that, as you're saying this, we remember, I think in 1941, about when the Titanic sank.
Right.
Remember?
Right.
And people were saying that what a big ship that you're going to put on the water. Today, we have ships that are actually sailing with over 10,000 people on board.
Well, I saw one down at the harbor today.
That's a small one you saw.
But that to me is very big.
That maybe have around 6,000 persons on board.
They have that piece of metal.
But there are
6,000.
Yeah.
people on that. Could you imagine when you had the federal meeple and the federal palm? You would imagine that something like that.
No, but imagine a boat is buff at the front of the PS on by Gary Hotel there, and they are actually looking over Roseau. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I mean, this thing is how many stories high. And if you tell a man,
and not only that, if you have to get the floor space, it's bigger than Roseau.
but not only that, in that you have swimming pool, you have television, you have casino, you have cinema. You can play table tennis there. So many things. You can play golf on some of them. Can you imagine? And that's just the beginning, of what is to come in terms of size of boats and speed that they will be traveling. So, I mean, when we leave this earth, and our great grandchildren, if the earth is still there, will say, "Boy, look at what them fellas had dinner, man." But they're old for us, man.
I know.
They'll laugh at you. Because if you bring a Austin Mini Cooper now, and you call that transport, fellas in that you used to drive, man, or you bring a moke. Boy, can you imagine what man going to be
today we are driving vehicles that have sensors, that controlling certain things for us. Just imagine you can now drive in New York and just put your how do you call it again, the navigating system.
Oh yeah, I know.
To an address, and it leads you. It tell you at the beginning, says to you how many miles. Take right. Take the next left.
Right.
2 rights from now.
But just imagine, a couple years ago, if I wanted a movie, I would go and get a tape, this big thing. Then they came to me and they told me, "Boy, Brian, we have a new thing in town, I said, "What is that now?" They told me a CD. So I could go there and get my CD and play my movie. Boy, a fella tell me, "But Bernie, but you're out of touch, man. Do you know I have a stick
yes,
that can hold 1,000 movies?
That's
and
true.
it can hold 1,000 musical things? Touch, man. Do you know I have a stick
yes,
that can can you imagine?
Yes.
So at your home now, you just push in your little stick, you relax yourself, and any movie you want, you have it, So technology, and they're going to get smaller and smaller and smaller
every day.
Every day, Cecil.
So, Brian,
thank you, Cecil. We have
just gone about 7 minutes over, and it was a nice night.
It was a wonderful night.
Yes.
And therefore, I'm just saying, when a new Goodwill School is built, and these technologies are being advanced, and computers and everything, and other schools that will be built in the future, smart schools they call them now. You have smart schools now.
Yes.
Right now the schools are smart. So in the future probably you'll not have a chalkboard. They will use something else, a screen, to project learning. Right now you see the government gave tablets, and other institutions in the future will do that.
You
can do learning by
the messengers themselves don't have a device. Right. But when they pass a message through, you can actually get it recorded. Instead of having a hard copy.
So all students have their computer or their laptop or their tablet, and the teacher maybe don't have to get into the classroom again. You go in your home, you're inside your home or in a place, and we just beam that to you. We just call that smart classroom. We just beam that to you, and you're inside and you learn, And if you miss the lesson, you just go back on your device and get the lesson. But if I was in the classroom before and I wrote that and I wiped the chalkboard, can I reproduce the same thing now? Most of the times not. But I can actually project it the same way I taught it.
Remember for COVID we had Zoom churches and Zoom meetings and Zoom everything. Today we still have Zoom.
But maybe it's another one.
You don't have to be in the real space. Yeah. You can be in your own space.
Prime Minister can stay there, or Minister or oppositions can stay there, and they can talk. You right now, a man don't have to be there. In the island. If there's a public meeting, and in England or wherever he is, You just beam him, you know.
No, you can use your cell phone on planes.
And right now, you can use your cell phone on planes. So right now, if you're not there, Cecil, you can address DBS staff by Zoom, you know. So the technology is here.
Yeah.
Cecil, it was a wonderful night being with you tonight. It just stimulated my thought. And I sure it did yours.
Right, for sure.
Jennifer, let me thank you for a wonderful evening with us. And I'm looking forward to part 2, where you will address us on what? On the reform?
On the reform, yes.
Right.
Well, thank you very much, Brain, and just want to say thank you to all the folks that are tuned to the nation station DBS Radio at this time. And it was really nice, you know, having this program tonight, and we're moving forward. All right, and we're getting ourselves ready for the BBC service, BBC World Service. And thank you very much to everybody that is actually tuned to the nation station. And tonight we heard Jennifer Astaphan. Last week we had Jennifer White. And I'm trying to see, not next week. Next week we will be, I think, carrying the, how you call this, the jazz festival. And we will be at, DBS will be at jazz next week. And so just want to say to you that next week we will not have a program, but the following week we'll have another exciting personnel that will give us some information. So from me to you, just want to say thank you, God bless you, and have a good evening. That's right, bye-bye.
This is Heidi Venshaw, co-founder of Vital Reset, one of the first centres in America to be given a psilocybin licence. Heidi had treatment-resistant depression herself for much of her life, but now feels much better, she says, because of the trips or